Good morning and afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from. Welcome to our Divine Nine Situation Room for our 2025 Election Day live action-packed information with the National Pan-Hellenic Council. My name is Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, and I have the honor of being the chair of the Council of Presidents for the National Pan-Hellenic Council and the International President and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. We are gathered here today because our organizations understand how important it is to support and educate the communities that we serve during these unprecedented times. This D9 Situation Room will serve as an opportunity to inform and educate our communities and not attack any administration, protecting our 501c7 status, but the purpose is to foster cooperative actions from our members and those areas of mutual concern that promote the well-being of those that we get to serve in our communities, thereby honoring the vision of the trailblazers who founded all of our organizations over a century old. So you'll hear from some of our own members who are serving this country in various roles, and other special guests who have information that the community should be aware of on this election day. So make sure that you have already voted. If you didn't early vote, make sure you have your plan of action to get to the polls before they close today. Bring a friend, send a text message, but make sure that no one gets left behind with exercising their right to vote. This is going to be an important election. There are a lot of elections that are happening in key areas, and we're going to lean into what's happening on the ground right in my hometown of New York City, in the state of New Jersey, and the state of Virginia, where some key races are happening, as well as making sure that you are protected during the process. So if you find that anyone is sharing information about voter suppression or any challenges that are happening, 866-OUR-VOTE is where you instruct them to call so that they can get proper support and coverage. But without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the vice chairman of our Council of Presidents, Grand Polemarch Jimmy McMichael of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, who's going to do our roll call for today.
Absolutely. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited to be here with you, excited for this event. And it is time for you to know exactly who is here representing your organizations, the Council of Presidents. And so my name is Jimmy McMichael, Vice Chair of the Council of Presidents and Grand Polemarch of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And I'm going to ask that each president chime in, and we're going to start in order of founding with our General President. If you would chime in, Frater Metellus.
Good afternoon and good morning, wherever part of the world you're in. My name is Lucien J. Metellus Jr., and I am the General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And today, we're here together to stand together to serve, empower, and inform our communities, because we have to remember, a voteless people is a hopeless people.
All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Kiana E. Christian, and I have the pleasure of being the International Second Vice President of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And we stand together to serve, to empower, and to inform our communities.
All right. For the men of Omega Psi Phi.
Good morning, everyone from Los Angeles. I'm Ricky Lewis, the 42nd Grand Bosses of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, and we stand together to serve, empower, and inform our communities. When we vote, we win.
All right. Next up, the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Turner, and I am the International President of Delta Sigma Theta, and we stand together to serve, empower, and inform our communities. Remember, your voice matters.
And representing the men of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated.
Good afternoon from Chicago. This is David Turner, the 37th International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. And I am here with my D9 partners because Sigma men stand together with our D9 partners to serve, empower, and inform our communities.
All right, and next up are the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here in the great state of Pennsylvania, where today I am working one of the election polls as a majority inspector. wanted to let you all know the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho stand together with our brothers and sisters in the Divine Nine. We're working to inform, inspire, and empower our membership to get the vote.
All right. Next, we will hear from the men of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Orlando Grant, and I am the 24th International Polaris of the men of Iota Phi Theta. And yes, we stand together to serve, to empower, and to inform you and our communities about your right to vote.
And last and certainly not least, the National Pan-Hellenic Council president.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Jones Anderson, National President of the National Pan-Hellenic Council, Incorporated. And we are here to stand together to serve, empower, and inform our communities. Remember, we are stronger together.
All right. I thank you all for chiming in for the roll call. And Madam Chair, back to you.
Well, thank you so much again, Vice Chair, and to all of our Council of Presidents, some on the road, making it happen, handling voting. As you heard, Grand Basileus Harris is out there live in these streets, making sure that folks are registered to vote in her area. Vice Chair is handling business at another event, and we know that our second vice from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated is also double duty for their Madam Supreme, Danette Anthony Reed. So we appreciate that you all took time to be here today, and we're going to allow you to move in and out of our D9 situation room. This room today is all about making sure that we're getting real life updates on the ground. So you're going to hear members of our organization telling us what's happening in real time with polls all across the country. You're going to hear from some key elected officials who just have real good data to share with us. You're going to hear how we can make sure we're supporting and protecting the right to vote. We understand that sometimes voter suppression challenges have been rising up. So if you see any of that, 866-OUR-VOTE, 866-OUR-VOTE is who you call to get that information. So we're going to keep the party going. And in between, we'll have a commercial or two that will let you know about some of the issues that are going on that you should be aware of. Some folks are getting tired. Can't get tired now. We've come too far, and we've had too many people who fought, died so that we could have the right to vote. This is our civic duty. So make sure that you are a part of the solution. So we see all the D9 brothers and sisters shouting out in the chat. Make sure you put your org that you're representing and share the broadcast. Wherever you're listening from, share the broadcast. Share it on your social media pages, on your Twitter pages, on your Instagram, if you can, wherever you can, share this broadcast. We want everyone to know that we are serious about voter education, mobilization, to make sure that our communities are properly aware and prepared to vote. So we have one of our first guests joining us, and that is Miss Rhonda Briggins. I see her here joining in from D4 Women in Action. Welcome, Rhonda. We appreciate you being here. And
what a day, what a day.
What a day, what a day. I tell you, it's a lot of activity going on in the chat. People are tuning in from all over the country, which makes us as presidents a little more confident that we will have the kind of turnout that we need, that we'll have the kind of engagement. But what do you want to share about some of the key things that we should be aware of as a nonpartisan group of organizations, making sure that we are pushing our community to vote and to be educated on what's on the ballot?
Well, as you know, we have so many things on the ballot, but what I want to say to everyone is I am so happy that we understand what is at stake these days. And guess what? We've done our job as a community. We have been out there, we get out the vote, we register all of our members in the community to vote. And then we mobilize like no other organizations and entities around this country. And so at the end of the day, we know our people are going to show up. But guess what? We have to make sure that they do show up. So I'm going to say to each of you, let's continue to push. Let's continue to fight. Let's make sure that we are protecting the vote. So I'm so happy you all have the election protection number that is scrolling at the bottom, because that's what we're going to have to do today. We're going to have to make sure that every vote is counted, making sure that whatever questions you have, that you have a way to get those questions answered. And so I'm going to say, International President, make sure that they call 866 our vote, because if you have any issues at the poll, that's what we need. But more importantly, we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to mobilize, and we're going to continue to make sure everyone in our community, they have their right to exercise their right to vote today. Thank you all for pulling us together. Thank you all for having the insight of understanding how important today is. But we're going to have to continue to show up. We have to continue to fight and continue to protect every vote that we have across this country. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. We appreciate you and the collaboration, right, around all of our different organizations that have PACs and C4s that are out here educating and giving choices to our community, but credible information. That's what this D9 Situation Room is about. We are stronger together because we move together with credible information and knowledge, and we thank you for adding to that. Your sisters of Delta Sigma Theta are shouting you out in the chat and appreciate that you are here representing. And we know that you got to get back out on the street. We have some work to do, and you're
we
out
got
there
some
on the
work
front
to
line.
do. Thank you.
All right, take good care, my sister. And I see coming to the stage next, we have yet another member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated coming on, Melanie Campbell, my dear sister. Great to see you and the work that you're doing with the Black Women's Roundtable, and even partnering with us today to make sure we get out the vote. And that is what we are here to do. And welcome to the D9 Situation Room, where we are sharing with our communities the information that they need to be aware of as they cast their vote today, if they didn't early vote, as they make sure they check in on their seniors, check in on your friends, even call your exes. I don't care. Tell them to go vote. Make sure that they vote today. Everybody. Engaged. So welcome, Melanie Campbell. What do you want to share with us?
Well, first of all, it is so good to be on this screen to see all this power. Like, one of the things, and of course, I want to give a shout out to my president. Thank you. Good to see you and Rhonda and everybody. And of course, we all sisters and brothers in Greekdom. So first of all, thank you for having this conversation. Well, you know, I voted this morning. And I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then also we were with I was with Krista earlier with Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, partnering up around the election protection. So I was down in the election protection headquarters earlier today, just kind of hearing what's going on right now. It's pretty quiet, but that doesn't mean anything on election day. And so being able to kind of hear what's happening, and there's Krista. So I was up with, she had me down in the bowels of Reston, Virginia earlier today. And so I want to give her a great thank you and shout out for her leadership. But, you know, it's been quiet. People have been voting. A lot of folks have voted early, right? But I've been doing this long enough to know, don't let off the gas. Keep giving people the information that they need. And that's what's going to be really, really important. Take it all the way through to the last vote is counted, because anything can happen between now and the polls closing. But I think what I did see was a level of excitement at the polls, because for a lot of people, wherever you stand, I know we're nonpartisan, but particular, is that, you know, this was the first time for a lot of people to be able to voice their concerns about what's happening in this country. And so when I walked into the polling place this morning, this young brother was in there, and he was like really excited, and you know, he was in his 20s, somewhere around in there, and he was really excited, and people were like, happy election day, you know. So there was just a bit of energy that I was glad to see, that was, people were joyful about going into the polling place. I remember a year ago, as excited as what the possibilities could be, it was a lot of also, I can remember feeling nervous I didn't feel nervous this morning, just on a personal level, being a voter. But we got to keep pushing. We started election protection, 20 plus years ago now, with the Lawyers Committee and others, and knowing how important that number that you have scrolling is to people, because most people go to the wrong place. The people who may have voted early in other precincts sometimes just don't know where to go vote. And there's the other thing is there are a lot of young people voting today, right? That are showing up.
Excellent.
A lot of times they don't know and they go to the wrong place. So knowing where to go is going to be critical. Make sure people have that kind of information. So just excited about what's happening in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and hearing things about what's happening in other places. But in Virginia specifically, I think the turnout is going to be pretty significant.
Well, that's key. And I'll have any of the other presidents jump in to this conversation before we get ready for the next guest, is seeing the young people. And I know all of us have been working with our collegiates and our youth to really get them engaged in the process, because some folks are giving up or they feel like, why bother? But to hear that you're seeing the young people showing up at the polls, that's very encouraging. Any of the presidents want to chime in?
No, I think it's great to hear that the young people are turning out, because that's key. They're the biggest voting bloc they're not taking advantage of their own power. We've got to make sure that they not only are they voting early, but they're getting on this day that they're turning out as well, so people actually see them. Because I think a lot of times their issues are being ignored, and their presence really helps drive the issues that are important to them. We need them in these elections and also running for office. So this is exciting to hear from my perspective.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I weigh in as well. It's important for our young people to know that these issues are going to shape the world they're moving into. They will inherit all of this unless they engage and begin to change by voting and engaging others to get out and vote. So it's very important for our young people to understand that they are our future, literally and figuratively.
Well,
I do think that is the conversation we've been hearing as we travel through the different college campuses, is that we understand that this is now our tomorrow. It's not like when we were in high school and decisions seem so far away. They are happening right now to us, and we're living in it in real time. And I think that's why you might see a lot more young people out voting this election season, because we're realizing that it actually is affecting us right now today.
And I love that you're bringing that undergraduate voice, and then Grand Basilisk Lewis is going to share his thoughts, that you're seeing your counterparts, your younger colleagues saying, we really understand that, hold up, if these old people mess it up, they're messing us up. Like, we got to get out here and clear this up. We have to make sure that we get this all the way together. So I appreciate you, Madam Second Vice, for sharing that, so that we too can be a part of being sensitive to hearing your voice. I'm a mother of 2 millennials, and I understand, I was putting one in the Gen Z category, but actually they're both millennials and they're very opinionated. So I have to learn how to listen and to appreciate their view on what they're seeing. So thank you for raising that, because that's an important part of what we want to see here today. And I'm reminding them they better get to the polls for it closes. I'm not feeding nobody. Okay, let me relax.
We're going to relax on that.
That's Lewis.
Mama got to do what she got to do.
Hey, that's a good segue, because we got some young boys and girls who just turned 18, right? They're eligible to vote now. Yep. We got to inspire them to get to the polls for the first time, and we've been doing such. So we just got to continue, like you said, Madam President, get them off their tails and get out to vote, because it's important today.
Right.
And I want to add to that as well. One thing I do want to highlight, is all these affirmations, but here in Cleveland, Ohio, where I reside, all of the NPHC affiliates, there's 14 affiliates here in the city of Cleveland. And what I was so impressed that recently on this past Sunday during early voting, all of the presidents of the affiliates got together and went down and voted collectively. So when we say D9 stronger together, we're showing it, we're telling about it, and we're doing it in action. So shout out to Cleveland, all of the local presidents, and then they're encouraging their members to go out and vote in a collective unified vote, not who you're voting for, but the fact you're showing that there's power in our voice, in our influence, and in our ability to really engage our membership to be actively involved and being encouraged to take an active role in their voting responsibilities.
All right, you got a shout out to Cleveland in the chat there, but we're going to let Melanie Campbell and Rhonda Briggins go back to doing the good work that they are doing. We appreciate you both, and thank you for joining the broadcast today, because we are stronger together, and this is how we move the needle forward. So
Dr. Grant, the one thing I wanted to do is to encourage folks to vote down ballot, right? You know, we hear a lot about the governor's races, but in Virginia, we have lieutenant governor and attorney general. And if ever people didn't understand what an attorney general does, right? Think about Letitia James, right?
That's
like
right.
Understand the power of what that office holds. And so people are out there listening in Virginia, don't skip, vote all the way down the ballot.
And you're mentioning down the ballot, it's also judges here in New York City that we're electing, and we have proposals on the ballot. So I did a separate engagement on my other show about how to know what's on the ballot, because sometimes you're just prepared to go in and vote for all of the key, if you will, positions like mayor or comptroller. And some folks forget we have public advocate, we have city council, but there are also proposals on the ballot. And these proposals pass when people don't actually bubble in a yes or a no. So you have to be an educated voter, not just reading the headlines of what you see happening in the news, but getting your voter guide, going to your voter guide, knowing about each candidate, knowing about their platforms, and knowing when you have to actually vote on propositions or judges, local judges. That's just as important as the other elections. Like, we see what is going on. So thank you so much for being here again. Love you, my sister, and appreciate all that you are doing. And everyone's saying, with the misinformation around, we have to make sure that we are educated in this process. So continue the good work, and we'll see you soon, my sister. All right, family, it's live in the chat. I mean, I don't know if production is keeping up with everybody who is shouting out all of the organizations and making sure that you are spreading the word. Please share the broadcast. Put it on your personal pages. Let folks know that the D9 is standing together to educate and mobilize our communities. You never know who might stop by. And we have some special guests that will be coming through, giving their perspective, giving their information. And we want to make sure that we are continuing to move our communities forward in spite of what might seem impossible or might seem disheartening. Don't be distracted. We still have a process, and that process is an election, and that election requires a vote. So make sure that you continue to engage your family members, and those of you who might be first generation in this country and you have some family who have become citizens, but they're just disenfranchised, tell them this is not the time. This is not the time to sit out. We need you to be present. All right, so presidents, we have a full slate today. I'm gonna take a little drink of water.
I just wanted to shout out the member of Alpha Kappa Alpha in the chat that took her 93-year-old grandfather to vote today, a 78-year member of Kappa Alpha Psi, and took him personally to make sure he voted today. And I wanted to give her a shout out. I saw it in the chat, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Absolutely. We need to give her a definite round of applause. Let me see if my sound effects are working. We want to give her a round of applause for doing that. Yes, taking grandma out or grandpa out to vote. We all need to be doing that and making sure that our elders can cast their vote. Some folks told me that they saw lines like they haven't seen before in an off-year election. So that's telling me something. Presidents, that means that the community is stirred up and they're moving to mobilize, and we're doing our job with making sure that we are sharing this information and we are highlighting the real issues that are happening on the ground. So as we move forward with some of the guests that are coming on, I want to ask you, President Turner, with the height of all of what we see, especially around women's issues and the things that we need to be aware of. I know that you have been lifting up with your members of Delta Sigma Theta, some of the same that our other sororities are when it comes to protecting women's rights. What do you want to say to your members listening about those social action work that you do and how they should be out there today, making sure we leave no stone unturned.
Absolutely. We engage in the fight with all of our D9 sisters and brothers. And especially as a member of Delta Sigma Theta, we should understand that social action is in our DNA. That was our first step. Our first step into making sure that voices were heard that otherwise would not be heard. That continues today, sadly, even more so. And it's important that we are out there taking care and ensuring that women and children are empowered and cared for. Right now, we have the 300,000 plus women that have lost jobs. We're trying to uplift them, deltas and non-deltas, because that's our community. And we need to make sure that our community understands that we are on the front line for them. Many of them don't have the resources we do, and they should understand we are on the front line for them. So Delta Sigma Theta is committed to empowering women and girls and families to ensure that they remain strong, because that's the foundation of our community. We'll continue to fight as long as it takes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they are firing off in the chat and appreciating it. And shout out to all of the familiar names that I see. I see my sister Cynthia Gresham, proud member of Delta Sigma Theta, in the chat, president of the Queens Alumni Chapter. I see they shouting you out, General President Metellus. I see utilize Chat GPT for those propositions. Somebody put that in, say, use some of the resources that we have. People are voting early on the campus of Cal State, Sacramento, and the undergraduate chapters of Zeta Phi Beta. All right, y'all are out there. You partnered with
Proposition
DST.
50. Proposition 50. That's right.
Yes, and they partnered with DST. That's what I like to see. New Lambda hosting and educating the students on Prop 50. That's how we do it. D9 stronger together. So while we individually have things that we focus on to honor our founders and the mission, it's all to the same end, people. We're all here doing the good work of the Lord, making sure that we can make a difference and transform our communities together. So our next guest is here, ready to join us. We have a senator coming on in to talk a little bit about what we see happening with the states. And, you know, we'll have a whole lot of conversations from everything, the redistricting, we're talking about food insecurity, we're talking about even the relief that is needed from these hurricanes and everything else that we have going on. But we have a senator who is going to join us in a little bit just to talk about some of what we should be aware of in local states and why it's important that every vote matters. So it's not just about voting for what happens at the White House. It's about voting for what's happening in your house, in your state that affects you. So we're going to do a quick commercial break. If our tech team is going to share with us some of these little commercials, if you will, that have been reminding people to go out to vote in some of the key spaces and areas that we see these elections going on. And then we're going to continue the conversation and keep it moving.
Hi, my name is Ajadi Peak. I'm a sophomore political science major from Stamford, Connecticut, who currently attends Howard University. And I am a political activist as well as a founder of Campus Trailblazers. And I'm very much involved in voting rights and activism. To be young, gifted, and vote is to be civically engaged, is to be aware of what's going on in your community, in your family, within your college campus, anywhere you go. It's to always be aware and to always advocate for those who are unable to.
Young, gifted, and Black. Love it. Well, we're going to hear some more from some of these campaigns because that's who we're doing this for. We're doing it for our young people. We're doing it for the next generation. So we want to make sure that they understand how important it is to exercise their voices and to make sure that we are providing them a country that's better than how we found it. We don't want to be the first generation and leave the next generation worse off than us. Where they do that at? So we have to do better. We have to get people engaged. We have to make sure that they understand the importance of voting. So with that, we have our next guest lined up, ready to go. Senator Benji is going to be on shortly to participate in this conversation. And we
It's 2 o'clock.
Here it goes, Senator Benji. Are you ready to go? Senator Benji Wimberly.
I'm here.
All right. Welcome to our D9 Situation Room. We're so glad that you are here and excited that you are able to give us some insight as to what's going on from a state perspective and what we should be aware of, what we should know when we think about how each of us are activating our membership across the country today. So over to you.
Well, listen, today here in Jersey, as you know, we have a gubernatorial election, and I'm the only senator on the ballot today for our election here, along with all of the assembly seats in the state of New Jersey with local elections. And the impact is beyond what's going on here. Like many other states, you know, you had food lines out the doors for, you know, many of our faith-based organizations and community organizations feeding folks. And it wasn't the average person you saw at these lines. You saw folks pulling up in, you know, really nice cars and people you think were in that situation. But with the layoffs, the federal layoffs, and the elimination of the SNAP benefits by this administration, you saw how people really need what they need. And even if there's a temporary funding of SNAP come December, we are still in trouble again. So obviously we are reaching a point of the longest federal shutdown in the history of America under a failed leadership. And we got to understand that people have to eat. And when people think about SNAP, and we've been talking about this the whole election, like in 2024, 41.7 million participants nationwide in SNAP. That's roughly 12.3% of the U.S. population receives SNAP benefits. In New Jersey, my home state, 827,000 people, meaning 1 in 11 people receive SNAP benefits to a system. And I make it clear when I got out here and spoke to these folks that people are like, well, what is SNAP? SNAP is that EBT card. That's food stamps. That's the system has been going on for years. And there's been just so many things that people are misled when it comes to SNAP. But out of those 827,000 people that participate in SNAP here in New Jersey, 64% of families are with children. So now you're going to have kids going to school hungry, you know, depending on if they have a breakfast program, if they don't have a breakfast program, if they have an after school feed program, these kids are going to go to bed at night hungry, which will impact their education. 37% of the households are older adults and people with disabilities. So now our older folks, now we remember those lean years when folks were eating stuff that they had no business eating, you know, and we know where that goes. But our seniors and their people disabled, 37%. And 38% of the families that receive SNAP benefits are working class families, like working class families. My city, the city of Paterson, New Jersey, the median income is only $34,000. So when they say you're only a paycheck away from being homeless, we really live that every day here in Paterson, New Jersey. But to give an overall national look, nationwide, 39% of SNAP benefits participants have children and older adults. SNAP supports nearly 20 million children nationwide. 20 million children nationwide are impacted by SNAP. And then some of the things that are being spurred out here that are just so wrong. On average, less than 10% of SNAP benefits goes to administration. And I think that's something that folks need to know, that the administration and people who are operating SNAP are not getting rich off. Most impact will be the local stores. So if you live in an urban area like me, that bodega, those corner stores, they are going to get smashed. So the economy is going to go further deep because of the lack of SNAP benefits and people participating, come in their stores because, you know, you grow up in these areas, you go to that corner store for milk and bread and eggs and things of that nature. Not going to happen. So, I mean, the real issue that we have to look at beyond this is the wraparound services that are provided with SNAP participants, from jobs, from vocational training, child care. All these things are going to be impacted. So, I mean, November 4th, in every election, we always say it's the most consequential election of our lifetime. No, November 4th today is one of the most consequential elections of a lifetime, that we can send a message loud and clear to Washington, D.C., to the Senate, to the House members, that enough is enough. Our folks should not be starving. Our folks should not be even contemplating about stealing to feed their families. Like, think about the impact. Our kids are going to be in school with their stomachs growling because they did not eat the night before. You know, and then in many cases like this, like I said, a paycheck away from being homeless, a half a paycheck away from homeless, most of these people. And these are Black and brown people. But we know at the national level, more white people receive SNAP benefits than Blacks, Latinos, and Asians by far. And it's not even close, the percentages. So I just say to my D9 family, please get out here. Listen, you got family in New Jersey, you got family in Virginia. We have to win these gubernatorial elections to send a message for the midterms in 26 that we take back over the House, we take back over the Senate, and we take over a White House that no longer has an East wing.
Well, I thank you for joining us and sharing, New Jersey Senator Benji Wimberly. I think you have some affiliation to one of our D9 orgs.
Yes, I am a member of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Initiated spring 1985, New Side chapter, which is Virginia State University, and I am celebrating my 40th anniversary this year. And our great grand bossless Ricky Lewis actually came to New Jersey to celebrate my 40th with me.
Oh, he is just the man.
Yes, he is. He is the man.
He's the bro's bro. So we appreciate that. And thank you for sharing this information. So while all of our organizations are nonpartisan, we do want to make sure we get you the real information. And I'm glad that you lifted up the fact that the SNAP benefits that everyone's fussing about, it's not majority coming to us. It's to other communities. And we need to fact check people when they're out there thinking that they're harming Black and brown people only. No, you're harming a bigger portion of America who utilizes these benefits to eat. And why should we politicize the ability for a child to have a hot meal, for us to be able to put food on the table? Why should that be about politics? We should have the human kindness and decency to want to make sure that everybody has access to food. You can differ on political opinions all day, but everyone should be able to eat. That's right. And this is what is on the ballot. And you are in a hot pocket right now in New Jersey. That race is hot like tamales, honeys. We are watching, and we're going to have people calling in and coming on and sharing what they're seeing on the ground, you know, what's happening, how we can make sure we're calling folks that might be home today, helping seniors get to the polls, because it's a little chilly. We're going from a fall, looks like we're diving into winter. I'm like, hold on, Jesus, hold on. I need a little bit more of warmer weather. But if you can wrap them up, put a scarf around their neck and take them to the polls, let them be a part of casting their vote today. So, President, anything you want to ask our senator before he leaves?
Madam President, can I say something, please?
Absolutely, Bossless.
Brother Wimberly is such a humble brother and a good, loyal servant of Omega, and I thank him for his service. He's a rock star in New Jersey. His future is bright. But what he said, something was really salient to all of us. Can you imagine a child trying to learn English or do ABCs while they're hungry, while their stomach is growling? They're not going to focus. They're not going to focus. So, Brother Senator Wimberly, we thank you, man, for just making that salient point. Regardless of Republican, Democrats, white, Black, when children's stomachs are empty, they're not going to focus on anything. And we can't politicize it. I think you said it right, Madam President. It has nothing to do with politics. We have to feed these children. I yield back to you, Madam President.
Madam President,
yes,
if I may, have a question for the gentleman. Can you give the rationale for cutting SNAP when it is less than 2% of the federal budget?
No. I mean, the rationale is the things that we can't explain. I mean, the rationale is that, you know, they are also sitting, as many people know, we are fighting to keep healthcare benefit premiums down. So Democrats are not just keeping it shut down. if we give in to them, our health benefit premiums can increase to 95%. And the last thing that you think about is that we, and Dr. Grant, you said it so well, we have people voting against their best interests, meaning white folks in particular. They receive more Obamacare than any other, Black, Latino, Asian, anybody else. And when it comes to SNAP benefits, it's the same thing. So when you look at these poor states that are red, they literally are voting against their best interests. When you look at North Carolina and Florida, which are devastated by storms in the last couple of years, FEMA is cut through this administration, but yet they still voted for somebody against their best interests. So we have to really look at it and understand that until these folks realize that they're not part of the 1%, that we are all in this together, and that they benefit more from these social service programs than anybody else, we are in a lot of trouble.
And I need you to say it a little louder for Sister Watermelon in the back who might not have been able to hear, right? Because these are the messages that need to go out so that people understand the facts. There's a lot of misinformation. And as D9 Stronger Together, we're responsible for bringing our members and the community the factual information about how they're voting and what's really at stake. So I need you to repeat it again.
Yeah, well, the main interest is we have folks voting against their best interests, meaning when it comes to healthcare, they want to vote against it. When it comes to SNAP benefits, they want to vote against it. When it comes to educational funding, an administration that's dismantled the Department of Education, special education already wiped out. There are more special education students that are white than Black, Latino combined, probably. So we have to understand that when these folks are voting against their best interest, they have to be educated. There has to be somebody that's going to wake up and say, this is not right. And Dick Cheney passed away today, who, as we all know, was a hardcore conservative. Dick Cheney spoke out against this administration and said, this is the biggest attack on democracy ever. So if you got Dick Cheney, you have the Bushes. For here in New Jersey, Chris Christie spoke out against it. So these folks that are voting against their best interest, the administration that he has assembled of probably the worst administration in the history of America, you think about who's on his administration, each and every one of them, including J.D. Vance, spoke out against this man, saying that he is the worst attack on democracy ever, yet they have caved in to their personal needs. So we as Black folks, we as D9, as we know, we always lifting down and trying to help other folks up. These other folks are looking at us saying, look, we're falling down, but you know what? We're just going to take the hit for somebody who want to be a king, not a leader of America.
Well, and there you have it. You have said it. So we appreciate you giving us those facts, giving us that information. We wish you the best, but I know a few more presidents might want to chime in with one or two more questions before we let you go back to election day.
I do have one question, and thank you for the work that you're doing in New Jersey. I think my question really revolves around two big issues. With the government being shut down, we see our people are disproportionately affected because the largest employer in this country is the U.S. federal government. How can we pressure our state representatives and our federal senators to make sure, one, that we end this government shutdown that's controlled by one, because the House and the Senate and the presidency is controlled by one party. So how can we put pressure on our elected officials to open up the government? And two, you talked about healthcare. Our U.S. veterans are disproportionately affected by this healthcare crisis. We need to make sure that we're taking care of those that have served honorably in the United States of America, defending this country. So what can we do from a local level? Because yes, today we're out voting, but what can we do long-term to make sure that, one, the government is open, that two, that those that have been most disproportionately affected, which are Black women from this government shutdown, are taken care of and making sure they get their back pay? And once the government opens, how can we make sure that these rising healthcare costs not only affect young children, affect those that are disadvantaged, but actually affect the veterans that have served this country?
And that's a poignant point. So the cuts of Medicaid and healthcare, think about our senior day programs. All that stuff will be wiped out. Our veteran programs, the day programs, they go wiped out. So once again, I get back to getting involved. Like when you look at the red states with the amount of minority, when you talk about population, and yet they're led by people due to gerrymandering and things that you see now going on in Texas and what's going on, we have to get involved. We have to get involved in the process, not only reaching out to your elected officials, but being loud and strong. I mean, it's what John Lewis said. We need good trouble. We need folks who are not afraid to, like, oh, it may impact my job. Oh, I can't take a picture, or I can't do this. I have people like, oh, I want to take a picture, but my boss would say, well, we don't need them no more. We don't need them. We need folks who are not afraid to get up and speak for the less of, including the folks that don't look like us. We have to speak up for them because the numbers speak. But in those Louisianas and those Alabamas, continual fights in Florida, because that's really going to be where we see what's going to go on in America when it comes to healthcare and getting rid of, immunization and stuff like that. We need competent, good folks not afraid to get in trouble, running from these offices everywhere from school board, the city council, the county commissioners, the state representatives up. And we, as D9 family, we have always led the way. We've been the best when it comes to building a bench of leadership. And behind me, believe me, I have one of my young guys who is a brother of Omega Psi Phi running for school board today. My campaign treasurer was an alpha. Like, just think about all the stuff that we could do as a combined D9, as the leaders, the true leadership here. But let's challenge the leadership. The healthcare issue, it's just about hate. He hates the fact that it's called Obamacare. And that's how petty Donald Trump is. So you think about it. It makes no sense. You can't make any rationale about wanting to get rid of healthcare. Think about this. Just 5 years ago, we dealt with COVID, a pandemic that shut us down. That alone should put us in a situation that Robert Kennedy should never be the Secretary of Health anywhere. Better yet, America, he should be the Secretary of Health in Charlie Brown land. It just doesn't make sense. Think about that. It's almost a setup for failure. Should he be in charge of our health? Think about that. The pandemic was just 5 years ago, something that we could not fathom. More of a reason that we should be putting more into healthcare, making sure that our kids are immunized, and make sure that we have every benefit that no American, regardless of their income, does not have healthcare. Not at all. And that's what Obama's position put us in.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing these facts with us. Everyone is chiming in the chat. Good trouble. And they said, preach. So you got another job. If you did, if you weren't in elected office, you can also go and give us a good service too. But we appreciate your time while in the middle of an election and coming to share these facts with us. This is what we need our folks to know. And for everyone who is like, oh, I can't be bothered. I don't have time to go vote today. I hope you understand how serious this is. We have to vote. So someone said no group has created an alternative plan. No, there is no alternative plan. It's a good plan. It's been saving people's lives. People have been getting health care. But if you're that petty, okay, this is a nonpartisan conversation. We are just educating our voters. So with that being said, we have some folks who are on the line, and we're going to let you, Senator, get back to the business at hand. Thank you again for joining us, and we wish you success today in your race.
Thank you. Love you, D9. My grand boss list is absolutely the best. God bless.
God bless. All right. We have some folks who are on the ground that are going to be tuning in, telling us what is happening. They're seeing it in real time, just like our Grand Basilisk Harris from Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. She's literally out on the ground at the polling, helping with other members of her organization and the D9. And shout out to Latasha Brown. She'll be on later with Black Votes Matter. And we have Monica Townsend, who does the good work of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated on our social action team. Sora Townsend, what are you here to report out? What is going on in these here streets?
Well, thank you, Madam Grand, for having me. Right now we have the gubernatorial race in New Jersey. We have the two major candidates from the two major parties running. And New Jersey has always been recently a blue state, but, we've been slowly getting a little bit more purple than blue. But we are fighting a good fight to just get out the vote, make sure everyone is going to the polls today. I was at the polls earlier this morning. I make my rounds to make sure there are no issues at the polls. There's no voter disenfranchisement happening. that people are going up and they are having the right to be able to exercise their right to vote. And then we're just also making sure that people have information to make the decisions that they need to make right now. I know it's nonpartisan, but again, we want to make sure that they have all the details, understand the issues from the candidates, and make the best decision that they think is important for them.
Absolutely. And giving them the number to call if they see something going on. What do you see a lot of people online voting? Did they do a lot of early voting? What's the sense that you're getting? Are people really getting engaged and feeling like, okay, maybe I really can't sit this one out?
Yeah, we had a lot of people go out for early voting, which started last week, October 25th through November the 2nd. So we had an overwhelming number of people that decided to exercise that option of early voting. We also had a lot of people who did the vote by mail ballots, the VBMs. And so we see people who are mailing in their VBMs. And I've seen this morning when I was at the polls, people are doing provisional ballots when they go to the polling locations too. And so we're helping people understand, how they can vote, understand where their polling locations are. We're making sure they have the links in case there's any challenges at the polls. Every polling location has challengers, so that if something happens, they can speak to the challenger, and those challengers take it back to the officials who can come in and hopefully resolve and troubleshoot any issues that are taking place. I know there were some issues at a few of polling locations that I visited this morning with some of the machines and the ballots not going through correctly, and the spoiled ballots, and folks having to understand how they can troubleshoot spoiled ballots while they're at the machines. So we do see a lot of people coming out today. And so people are excited to vote today. People are taking the time that they need to go into those polling locations, and they're having to ask questions about their rights. So we're happy to help them, and we're making sure that people are getting in line and going to the polls today.
Well, we appreciate that. And I don't know if any of our presidents have any questions for you as you are tuning in from live, coming in, taking off your coat and giving us the 411 of what's happening in New Jersey.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are moving along, and we are going to let you go back out and stay protecting and informing all of those who are engaged. We have so many people in the chat. They're just going on and on and on. And we see Mississippi in the building. I know that's some extra love for President Cheryl Turner, family of Mississippi. Your wife and you just came from voting in Houston. All right, Houston in the house. We see voting in California, Prop 50. Kappas are in the house. They are voting. So we appreciate you all. So thank you for being here. And Sora Townsend, we're going to let you go on back so that you can continue the work. All right. Okay, presidents. I mean, we're already almost at the next hour. We've been going for almost an hour here. The time is flying by, and we still have so many guests that are coming on. President David Turner, I see them shout you out in the chat from Phi Beta Sigma, my brother president. We know that Mayor Mapp is also scheduled to join us, and he might be tied up a little bit. What are you thinking about our D9 situation room right now? What's the situation that's speaking to you?
Yeah, I was looking at some of the comments, and Mallory Wright indicated that so many people don't know that Obamacare and ACA are the same thing. Robin Henry mentioned, right, good trouble means talking with members of both parties and not just your own. So we talk so much about misinformation. And so that's such an important area for our D9 members to engage in, right? Because we got so much information that's coming. We know it's wrong. And we really have to start fighting back and making sure that the folks in our communities get the accurate information. I think Frada Metellus mentioned, just the fact that Again, people getting misinformation, where they're getting the information from. And so we've got an obligation to ensure, again, not just the folks that agree with you, but not looking at their party affiliation, just make sure everyone has that information, because we do have so many that are voting against their own self-interest and don't even realize it. And so again, that's an opportunity for us, for our door-to-door, our social media, but to make sure that all the folks in our communities have accurate information to make wiser decisions.
And I'm so glad that you shared that. As we continue to remind everyone, we are nonpartisan, which means we have members of our organization in all political parties, whether it be Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green Party, because everyone has a right to exercise their civil rights. Well, what we want to ensure is that everybody understands that you can't sit it out, and we can have, conversations, and we can go through stats and figures, but let's make sure they're factual. Like, understand what Obamacare is, understand what it does, understand who's really on it, understand who needs SNAP benefits, understand, as General President Metella said, that we don't want babies sitting in classrooms with growling bellies and we're expecting them to learn science, math. Where does that happen? Like, we, as the super power that we purport to be, should be feeding our people. So that nothing should come in the midst of that. All right, we have our next guest queued up, but I want to make sure our Grant Polaris Grant from Iota Phi Theta, did you want to share anything before we move on to our next guest?
Well, of course, I would like to share. It's the guest that I think is coming on as a great, 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 great man of Iota Phi Theta. And I use that term very intentionally because this brother is doing amazing things across the country. And I mean across the country. I mean, literally, he's crossing across the country, advocating, and educating folks about voting under not only the spirit of Iota, but also under the spirit of the NAACP. But also just understanding, I have my brown and my gold here, but the thing that I'm most proud to wear today is that I have I voted sticker. So if you guys have your I voted stickers on, or you voted today, just put it in the chat, send a shout out that you voted. I have my I voted, my little sticker. Hopefully it doesn't come off during the chat, but I was a proud there at 6:30 this morning. And although it would not be a lot of people there, I know a lot of people laid the foundation for me to be there this morning and have that ability. So if you're listening across the highways and byways, whether you're in your cars, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you listen to this, don't take this moment lightly. Make sure you understand that this responsibility, this is not just a right, but it's a responsibility for you as people of this country, of your states, of your cities, to be not only engaged, but also to understand that you have a choice and making the decision, or who makes the decisions that's going to impact us. And don't think that just because this is a non-presidential year, that choices aren't being made on your behalf. So make sure that whoever you're making choices for us, you made a choice to determine who's going to be that person. So I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. And I'm excited that this next person is coming online. I'm cheesing. I made sure that I had my best gear on for this person, but I'm excited that he's going to be joining us today. If I think it's what's going to happen is going to be taking place.
Well, we have Reverend Mark Thompson here.
Yes.
In the building. Reverend Thompson, thank you so much for joining us. And I will turn it over to you to give us some insight and information on what we see that we need to be aware of as we make our decisions at the polls when it comes to SNAP and food insecurity. And then we're going to have another special guest coming in talking about immigration. And we have another special guest that'll be coming in talking about some more of the voter protection and information that we need to have. So we're going to give the presidents who want to take a little break as we bring on some special guests, and then they'll be able to come on back up because we have a lot to talk about today. The day is young. Polls don't close until 9 p.m. here in New York. So you make sure that you're checking all of your opportunities to make sure that you are voting, taking some people out with you to vote. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Reverend Thompson, to talk a little bit about SNAP, and then we're going to bring some folks on up to the stage.
Well, first of all, greetings to all of you in the Divine Nine Situation Room. It's an honor to be here. We know how sacred the Divine Nine organizations are, and we know the role they have always played historically in our social justice and civil rights movement. So thankful to be here. And a special thanks to you for inviting me, Madam International President. You just reached out to me today. You said, I dropped everything to be here with you. And that's the regard in which I hold you and the sorority. And it's so good to see all of you. This is an important day and a critical day, and everything we need to do to remind our folks to get out to vote and to appreciate how sacred this right to vote is. There were members of the Divine Nine who marched from Selma to Montgomery. There were members of the Divine Nine on that Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, March 7, 1965. And at this very hour, they're trying to take our right to vote back from us and nullify it and take away all the protections that the Voting Rights Act, the VRA, had, first Section 5 and now Section 2. But Madam International President, since you asked me to talk about SNAP, what kind of country are we living in where we are not providing those benefits to those who most need them? And it's a myth that these benefits are exclusively for people who look like us. Sometimes folks minimize things and say, well, that's just something Black folk use, or in some cases, something immigrants use. But that's not true. The majority of people receiving SNAP benefits are, in fact, white. And in many rural areas, people are raising these concerns. But as Lyndon Johnson said, if you can show the lowest person that he's better off than an African American, then you can pick their pockets, and in fact, they'll even empty their pockets for you. So that's what we're up against. Over almost 40% of those who benefit from SNAP, 37%, are white, 26% African American, 16% Latino, and 1% to 2% Native American, and I think about 4% Asian. But here's where it's also important, and it's as someone who lived and worked in Washington, D.C. for 25 years, a place of my birth. I remember, Madam International President, I see my friend Karen on as well. I remember, and Karen, I'm sure remembers this too, it was snow like the Dickens in D.C., right? And Marion Barry would not close school. And some folk would be mad. Marion, you need to close school. But Marion was very public about it. And this was true in other cities, but Marion said it out loud, didn't he, Karen? He said, y'all, if I close these schools and it's snowing, some of these kids not gonna get nothing to eat today.
That's right.
And that's real. And that's in many of our urban communities, our urban centers, and places like that. So when kids go to school and there's no SNAP, they're not eligible. Now, some states have stepped up to do this. I had Becky Pringle on my show, Make It Plain, yesterday, and she talked about how in some cities, some of the NEA members, some of the teachers union members are standing up food banks to be sure children have something to eat. Because keep in mind, some of these kids take school breakfast and lunch home with them to feed their little sisters and brothers. Now, there's that. Talked to Everett Kelly yesterday too. Hey, there's Nana Geometry too. Hey, sister, God bless you. Talked to Everett Kelly yesterday of AFG. Trump nullified the union contract in March. Folks are home not being paid, either on furlough, waiting layoffs. The courts thankfully have held it up. Y'all don't think that there are federal government employees themselves who are not benefiting from SNAP? Everybody knows someone.
That's right.
You may not want to acknowledge it, but everybody knows someone, and even some of us watching here today benefit from SNAP. Some of us wouldn't have made it, wouldn't have grown up without it. It used to be called food stamps, is what it used to be called. Amen. So this is really a dire situation. Now, Trump says that they didn't want to pay about half of November benefits, but this is where I think and I hope that his MAGA constituency wakes up. Because when you start hearing about people in rural places like Iowa who voted for him, at least that's what the polls say, I heard from the chair of the Democratic Party now was said that what happened didn't go down the way, but that's a whole nother kind. I don't want to. That's a whole.
Yes, because this is a nonpartisan broadcast.
No, right. That's just that the sister didn't lose. But the point is that when you have rural Iowans saying, "Where is my food?
That's right.
I can't feed my family," and for what end? What purpose does this serve? What end does this serve, other than him trying to demonize and stereotype other people? So, folks, every time we vote, it matters, and it affects things. There is a movement, a disinformation movement on social media to suppress the vote, to have young Black folks say, what's the point in voting? It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. We can't buy into that. Even these local races are very, very important. So folks, getting out that vote today to see to it that this does not happen again in the future, even at a local level. We're fighting redistricting. They want to change all the districts so that one party, I know we're nonpartisan, but one party wants to build its own permanent majority in the House. We can't stop police violence unless we're voting locally for mayors and council members, some who may or may not look like us, who are about police reform. We can't do election reform without voting locally because election boards are local. We can't reform schools without voting locally because school boards are local. And so we want to also vote for people who know how to stand up in a moment like this and figure out a way to provide food and nutrition for young people and for seniors who are living through this crisis without SNAP. Last thing I'll say is this, folks, as you go vote, check on your neighbor, especially if they're a senior. Make sure they're okay. Make sure they got something to eat this week, and ask them if they need a ride to the polls. This is serious stuff. You know, some folks don't. Everybody don't advertise that they have benefits, but don't assume that many people aren't, and they just don't say it. You know, so please reach out and support others in the spirit of fraternity and sorority, which we know the Divine Nine is all about.
Absolutely. Well, I thank you for being here and for sharing that information, because that's what today's about. This D9 Situation Room is bringing on all of you who are on the ground every day, some who are members of our organizations, others who are partners and supporters. It's about the information. And like you said, how are we making sure that we're getting it out to our communities? That's what the D9 is here for. We're all founded to serve, to uphold scholarship, and of course, brotherhood and sisterhood. And we do it together. We just do it in different ways to the same end, the same way that we transform the communities we serve. So Karen Finney has joined in, Rev, and Nana Gayamfi from Baji. They're here. They're both on tight timelines. Aaron on her way to and Nana's on her way to help support some more voters on the ground, but they took time to jump on this D9 Situation Room and give us some more context, some more information that you can equip yourself when you're talking to your friends and neighbors who might still be undecided if they're going to put on a coat, throw on a hat, and go cast their vote. So Karen, my dear sister, welcome to the D9 Situation Room.
Thank you so much. What an honor to be with you. I'm going to keep it real. I'm literally in my car sitting outside of CNN because I have to run in as soon as we're done. But this is so important that I really wanted to be part of this. And I'm happy to see the 866 Our Vote number scrolling across the screen. And I just want to highlight, if you have any question, any problem, call that number, text that number, and there are people standing by who can help answer questions. They've got people who can answer questions in different languages. And you can also go to vote.org as another nonpartisan resource, or at 866ourvote.org, where if you just want to check your registration status, you want to you're not quite sure where your polling location is. So just want to mention those couple of resources because that's so important. And as Reverend Thompson said, there is disinformation that is going around. We have seen that. We had seen a little bit of that early this morning in New Jersey. That has been resolved. So we want folks to know we need you to get out and vote your heart out, especially, we've got New York, we've got New Jersey, we've got Virginia, we've got California, but we've also got some mayor's races in some other places. We've got state legislative races in different parts of the country. So just to echo what Reverend Thompson was saying, you know, it's so important to vote. And I think a lot of times we forget that our local governments, our city councils, our school boards, our state legislators, the things that they are running on, the things that they do sometimes have the greatest impact on our lives the most immediately, because those are things, you know, when things get passed at the federal level, that has to kind of trickle down through the system sometimes, and it can take a minute or two before we're really feeling the impact. So these local elections are critical, especially in this moment that we're in, where we need our state and local governments to be in a position to help protect folks who are the most vulnerable, who are feeling the impacts of what's happening at the federal level. And I'm not trying to be partisan, but just trying to say, you know, that's part of why those elections are so important. You know, we've seen some of our governors and attorneys, some of the attorneys generals are suing to make sure those SNAP benefits come on through. We've seen governors who've been trying to move resources to try to do what they can to make sure that, you know, that the coverage in terms of SNAP is that there isn't too much of a disruption. And so those things matter. And that's another reason why who you vote for really matters. Who's trying to help you and your family and your community, and who's not. I mean, sometimes it can be as simple as that in these moments where we know things are real tough for folks out there. So
Absolutely.
I wanted to add that to the conversation.
Absolutely. Well, I thank you for taking time out literally before you run into CNN and make us proud, as you always do, with articulating the voice of the people, and for being on the ground with all of us in partnership. Love you, my sister. Thank you for being here to join our D9 Situation Room live on Election Day. I'm going to give you an applause before you go. So, you know, I know we're not CNN, but we got a little something going on too.
Love you, Dr. Stacey Grant.
Love you. So enjoy your day. And I'm going to let Nana come on. We have some other guests that are coming in. We have NAACP on the ground. And someone told me the good doctor, the right Reverend Frederick Haynes III is also going to join in with some information. So we'll be bringing him up shortly. So presidents will be allowing you to ask some questions in and out as our stage is getting full. So Nana, tell us what you do for immigration. That is hot on the ticket right now, and people don't understand, you know, what we're seeing, what we're dealing with, and you have some protection, some information, and then Wisdom, you're on the ground too, letting us know what's going on, representing IOTA and giving us some insight about what's happening. So Nana, I'm going to send it over to you first.
Thank you so very much, International President. So appreciate you and appreciate you inviting me. I want to start by saying that 1 out of every 5 Black people in this country is either an immigrant, foreign born, or a child of immigrants such as myself. That is 20% of the Black population. And we are the most documented people in terms of percentage wise of immigrants. And though a lot of us, you know, don't necessarily lift the weight that we should be lifting. And so I want to encourage us to do that. I understand we have things that are happening all over our countries and our home countries, but we live here now, and we are working with folks now. We are engaging with folks now. We are having children in this country who are all being impacted. Plus, our countries back home are also impacted by the decisions that we make in terms of elections while we're here. And so I want to encourage all of my folks in the D9. I know that there are people that represent the entire Black diaspora, because my sister is a Delta, and I got cousins and other folks that are up in here, brothers as well, that are in fraternity. So I'm clear on the fact that we are everywhere, that we have folks in the D9 who have chapters that are also in the continent, in the Caribbean. It is really the expression of the entire Black diaspora. And so we have to make sure that as people who are immigrant rooted in the Black community, that we do our part in the spirit of Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, who with Fannie Lou Hamer and others went through the South pushing for Black folks to be able to have the vote. We have to stand on that legacy and participate ourselves in making sure that we are voting, that we are supporting people who are voting. If we don't have the ability to vote because we're not citizens, it doesn't mean we can't be part of the process, right? So if you are a citizen because you were born here like me, if you are a citizen because you were naturalized, we need our folks to go and vote. Don't just know about Ghana and Brazil and what's happening in other places. Make sure that you're voting based upon the fact that you are here and the legacy upon which we stand, the legacy of Black Americans and all that they have done that allow us even to be here today. And if you're not able to vote because you're not a citizen, you can still support by getting people to the polls. You can still support by sharing the information. And so want to make sure that we talk about that. We are in a state right now where I call the invasion of the body snatchers, right? Some of you remember that movie. And that's where we are. We literally have body snatchers that are coming through our communities and snatching up our folks. It is not just brown folks, even though the fact that it's happening to them is horrific, but it is definitely, absolutely Black people as well, citizen and immigrant alike. And as they've made their way from LA to DC to Chicago to Memphis, we see that the numbers of Black people, the percentage of Black people that are being picked up are increasing as the criminal punishment system is working with the immigration enforcement system, wax on, wax off, attacking our folks. And so, Dr. Grant, we just heard in Memphis, over 60% of the people being picked up by the body snatchers are Black people. And the majority of those people are African American. There's nothing special about the way that any of us look that help them to determine that this person's African American, this person is not. And so we know that over 100 US citizens have been detained. We know that there are US citizens who have been deported. This is happening not out of the blue. It's based on policy, right? Which is based on elections, on who is making the decisions. And so it's really critical that we are there making sure that through our vote, we're able to build community and build the world that we want to see. And we're able to block those things that we know are harming our community, whether it's getting rid of over 300,000, I think, and more Black women in terms of employment. That includes Black immigrant women, Black migrant-rooted women, whether that includes getting rid of SNAP benefits. That includes Black folks who are migrants. Healthcare, that includes Black folks who are migrants, right? And so, again, there's nothing that happens from inside the house to outside the house.
That's right.
Right? That does not impact us. And we have to make sure that we are voting together for the betterment, the improvement of the conditions of Black people across the board.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Nana. I know that you have been quite busy out here trying to make sure these first generation voters can vote, and that you are a part of the conversation and helping everyone to really be in position and in place. I know Reverend Freddie Haynes will be coming up soon, but Reverend Mark, you came on and you were here. We want to give you a chance to go back to doing the work that you're doing on the ground. So we thank you for being here, Reverend Mark. We appreciate your work. It's an honor to work alongside with you, my brother, and just keep on keeping on.
Thanks for letting me stay just to hear the others. I appreciate that. And I don't know about this, folks, but Dr. Stacey Grant, if you host, you trying to audition to be a talk show host yourself, you doing this pretty good. Y'all, Nana, you checking this out, Wisdom. You see what's going on here.
Well, you didn't know.
Have you done this before?
Look, the Lord has revealed it to you. I am building my faith through a TV network. So thank you for the confirmation, my brother. I appreciate it.
Well, any support you need, let me know and I'll be there for you, okay?
I appreciate you.
May I just say one thing, Dr. Grant? I'm so sorry. I forgot to name the organization that I'm with, which is the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. That's right. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity.
Absolutely. And say it one more time, because folks don't know. Reverend Haynes, I see you there coming on in. They don't know about the organization. And for family members, we have a lot of first gen that are in our organization. So please not only tell us the name of your organization, but also let us know how we can contact your organization.
Absolutely. So the org is the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, also known as BAJI. We're a Black national organization that fights for the rights of Black immigrants and Black Americans. We do that by advancing racial justice and immigrant rights. You can find us at BAJI.org, BAJI.org. If you go there, you will not only get a lot of information about the work that we do, about Black immigrants, about our connections with Black Americans, but also know your rights information in various languages, information on emergency preparedness in case the body snatchers come through, and information on legal referrals so that you have some places to go in cities across the country. Thank you so very much for allowing me to come on.
Oh, you are welcome. Thank you, my sister, for being here. That's what the D9 Situation Room is all about. Presidents are here. They're going back and forth. They're going to be coming in the conversation, but we have some more special guests. Mayor Mapp is here, the one and only Right Reverend Dr. Frederick D. Haynes III, my dear brother, and Wisdom Cole from NAACP. So Nana, we're going to let you go because we know that you have to get back and you slipped in the time. And the D9 says thank you for joining us, my sister. We appreciate you and continued success in all that you are doing. All right, now we have some more brothers here ready to tell us what is going on. Cole, I'm going to start with you because you are in a position where you're seeing what's happening. You're in one of those contested areas where everyone has their eyes on what's going on in New Jersey. So what have you to say for us?
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Grant, for having me on today. Happy Election Day to everybody who's tuning in. Nana was speaking truth to power, as a child of immigrant myself, and to hear the work that is being done to ensure that folks who are children of immigrants, who are immigrants, can vote, are being protected in this moment in time is absolutely essential. It's an honor to share the stage with the good Reverend Dr. Freddie Haynes, and great to meet you, Mayor Mapp. My name is Wisdom Cole. I serve as the Senior National Advocacy Director for the NAACP, also a proud member of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, actually here in Washington, D.C., out of the Beta Omega chapter. But we have a national eye on everything that's going on, from New Jersey to Virginia to New York to California. And what I want to say today is that, there are young people, young Black people, young folks who are engaged in the fight for civil rights, who are fired up and ready to go, right? 99.9% of elected officials are elected at the local level. I'll say it again. 99.9% of our elected officials are elected at the local level. And so, as one of my good friends like to say, don't call it an off year, right? We have to work every single year to make sure that we are putting the people who represent us in office. And this today, right now, is the opportunity to vie for power. After everything that we've been through this year, after everything that we have lost, after everything that we were fighting for, this is our opportunity to fight back and to vie for power. There are so much at stake with this election. And as people are going to the polls today, it's important to remember your power, to remember what's at stake, to remember what we're fighting for, right? I want to direct people to next year. Next year is the 250th anniversary of America. It's an opportunity for us to redefine how we show up, what is American, what this nation looks like for all of us. And so as we work towards that, I want to give folks who are on the call today just 5 tips to know your rights, right? Because as we are fighting for our power, they're fighting back against us. And so my 5 tips today for folks who are showing up to the polls is: 1, if for some reason you forgot to register, 21 states and Washington, D.C. offer same-day voter registration. Number 2, if for some reason your name is not on the voter registration list, request a provisional ballot and follow up with your election office to ensure your ballot was counted. Number 3, if for some reason the machines are down at your polling place, ask for a paper ballot. Number 4, if for some reason you made a mistake on your ballot, it happens, ask for a new one. And number 5, if your polling place is closing while you're in line, if you're already in line, stay in line. You have the right to vote. And thank you so much for broadcasting the 866-OUR-VOTE number. In addition to that, the NAACP is actually collecting information on ways in which things are happening in the field, from problems at the polling places to issues with poll workers, accessibility challenges, voting machines, any troubles in casting your ballot. You can go to naacp.org/vote. You can submit a voter incident report form. There we have an election day war room also going on all day today, where we have lawyers, we have advocates who are all collecting this information and working to support folks who are struggling to vote in this moment in time. And so thank you so much to all of my fraternity brothers who are on the call today. I see my IGP, Orlando Grant, on the call today. Thank you so much for this invitation to be a part of this call. Together, we can ensure that we are fighting for an America that serves all of us.
Absolutely. Well, we so appreciate you, Wisdom. That's why I wanted to make sure your Grand Polaris was able to come back up on the stage, because we are action-packed today. This D9 Situation Room is on, and what the kids say, popping, we clocking it, what we do. I don't know. My sons are going to ban me from saying clocking. Okay, so we are here, and I wanted him to have an opportunity just to say a few words before you leave, and we keep recycling the stage because we have so many more guests coming. We originally scheduled to go to 3:30, but then everybody was like, wait, hold on, we have some information. We want to join, we want to share. So we'll probably be here until 5:30. So you want to definitely tell a friend, go ahead and share the broadcast. We're over 1,000+ people watching on multiple places, but that's not enough, because somebody is sitting in their office like, oh, I might get home too late to vote, or they might be at home like, I can't be bothered to vote. I want their spirits to be disturbed until they get up and go vote. We need everyone to participate in our civic process. So Grand Polaris, go ahead and share a little shout out with your very hardworking member of the NAACP before we go on to the Right Reverend Frederick Haynes.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, and to my Council of Presidents. I think this was an amazing thing, and I appreciate us, the men of IOTA, along with myself, being a part of this, and to have Brother Cole here, who's a value asset, who's I wouldn't say a diamond in the rough, but he's a star within of stars. And those 5 key elements, I really want to make sure we understand that, staying in line. If your name is out on the roll, getting a provisional ballot. All of those things that he mentioned are your rights, and I want to make sure that your rights are not being infringed. And no election is a small election, and no election is a big election, but every election is an election. And I appreciate you for joining us today. We know you could have been anywhere in the world, but you decided to be here with us, folks. So we thank you, Brother Cole, and continue to fight, to not only Brother Cole, to young people like Brother Cole, who feel disenfranchised, who feel hopeless. Brothers like him are continuing to fight out in our community, and I thank you and I applaud you publicly, and I always affirm you privately. And I thank you for all the work that you do, and keep fighting for those who can't fight for themselves. And you have the support of me and the rest of the D9 here. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Grand Polaris. And thank you again, Wisdom. Stay safe out there. Keep us posted. Anything else that comes up, we want you to know that everyone that is watching, we're going to put up a QR code. You can go ahead and grab your phones and scan this QR code so that if there's anything that you see happening, somebody was asking about provisional ballots and whether or not what they could do or questions. This will give us a running list that we can go ahead and let folks know what's going on. Just scan it with your phone and just type in whatever you're seeing so we can get it to the Legal Defense Fund. We can get it to all of those who are standing by for voter protection. So Wisdom, thank you. We're going to let you go back out on these streets representing the good men of Iota Phi Theta. Thank you again for your time. And we're going to bring in my dear brother, the Right Reverend Dr. Frederick D. Haynes III. Hold on, let me get some. Just because we thank God for your continued testimony. It is so good. The chat is blowing up with just praises to God for you, for all that you have been through. You don't have to look like what you've been through, but you're still
Hallelujah.
through with victory. So welcome to the D9 Situation Room, my brother.
Madam International President, it is so good to see you, and as old folks say, to be seen as well. So thank you so much for your prayers. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for convening this very important conversation. Of course, as you all know, I'm in Texas, and we have some shenanigans going on here. Of course, the governor of this state received a phone call from the President of the United States, and this signifies the kind of political environment we find ourselves in. the president told the governor that he needed 5 additional congressional seats for the midterms next year. And when he called Governor Abbott already knew that we as a state needed a special session in order to address the horrific, heartbreaking tragedy that took place this summer in the Hill Country. And it only took place because, unfortunately, there were those who did not receive the resources the last administration offered in order to ensure that they would not have what took place. And so you have so many lives lost. Young people lost their lives because of political irresponsibility. So a special session was called in order to deal with that. And unfortunately, because the president called, Governor Abbott decided that he would take that special session and use it to engage in what is undeniably racist redistricting. They had a series of hearings, Madam International President. We testified at those hearings, and we shared that this would be downright racist. During the hearings, it was evident that we were not going to be heard. And so as a consequence, the Republicans, they did pass this racist redistricting to show you how racist it is. Now in the state of Texas, in order to have 1 congressional person, if you are white, it only takes 430,000 whites to have 1 congressional representative. If you're Hispanic, it takes 1.2 million voters to get 1 congressional representative. If you are black, it takes over 2 million black people to get 1 congressional representative. Now get this, Texas has more black people than any state in the country. And yet now for every 1 black person, it's 2 million. For every 1 black congressional representative, it takes 2 million black votes. Don't forget, I shared it takes 1 congressional person who is white that's going to receive it for 430,000. 430,000, 2 million, that's 1/5. 1/5. When the country was born, a part of the compromise was the 3/5 compromise. We were 3/5 of an individual. In the state of Texas now, our vote has been rendered 1/5. I hope that makes sense.
Wow.
But it also lets us know how important our vote is. So please hear me well. Pray for us in this regard. We are organizing in Texas what is called Freedom Summer 2.0, where we are using the wisdom of our ancestors who went to Mississippi in 1964. They organized, they educated, and as a consequence, the Mississippi Freedom Party was born. We are doing that in Texas. So please keep us in your prayers. But in the meantime, don't forget that they have reduced us in Texas by way of voting and racist redistricting to 1/5. Evidently, as Fannie Lou Hamer said, voting must be really important if you're going out of your way to make sure that my vote does not count. And so pray for us in Texas. We are fighting. We pray for you. I'm about to get back out here because our church, thank God, is a voting site, and we're doing all we can. Because right now, Madam International President, we are having in this quote unquote off election year, ain't no such thing. I love my brother who spoke earlier. We are having amendments, and the amendments that they are trying to pass are amendments that, again, are going to make the rich richer, the poor poorer, and again, will reduce the power of our citizenship in this state. And so please keep us in your prayers, but also know that while you're praying, we are praying and we are fighting because we deserve a future.
Absolutely. Well, we know he is on site in real time with all sorts of movement going on the ground. So we appreciate Reverend Freddie Haynes. I know everybody is so excited to see him here. And General President Metellus, I know you are quite proud of your alpha brother for doing the work on the ground. Do you want to share any words while he tries to reconnect just to close out before he goes back to Election Day? This D9 Situation Room is live and in living.
It's live. It's live and in living color, and I want to just share. I called Brother Haynes yesterday just to check in on him after his surgery, just to let him know I was praying for him. And I told him about our Situation Room, and he said he was willing to join. I didn't even call with the intent, but he knew that this was so important that he wanted to join. And so he said that he would be here, and he's actually running. His church is running as a voting place right now. So it's really important to understand that on the ground, this election is the most important election. We need to fight as though every election is the last election, because as he said, they're trying to take away our right to vote. And we need to overrepresent in every voting location that we can, because the only way that you can fight voter suppression is with voter turnout. And we've got to turn out in ways that they haven't seen in any ways we've done before. And I mean that in a very serious way. If you as he said, and as I said this morning on my Instagram, actually, if you don't think this is important, then why are they trying for us not to vote? Why are they putting a hold on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? Madam Chair, why is that not even up for a vote? We know Congress though. We know that Congress don't like to work sometimes, but something as simple as the Lewis Voting Rights Act, why haven't we taken it up yet? Why have representatives taken it up? And it's time for us as leaders in our communities to make sure that that's taken up, to protect the rights of vote, not just of people, Black people, Latino people, for all Americans. All Americans should have the access to rights to vote without voter suppression. We need to turn out.
Absolutely, because this should be the land of the free and the home of the brave for everyone. Not just some places, but for everyone. And as nonpartisan organizations, we're charged with making sure that everyone has an opportunity to share their voice. But what's non-negotiable is the engagement with our civic process. Whether you vote Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green Party, that's up to you. But to sit back and not participate, that's still a vote. And that's a vote for what you don't want to show up. So we need to make sure that we may leave no stone unturned as we go over to Mayor Mapp out there in New Jersey, holding it down. Another proud member of the D9 happens to be my brother of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. I'm so glad that you were able to join us. Mayor Mapp, what is happening in Jersey? Please, as the kids would say, spill the tea. What's going on?
Well, thank you, Madam President. In New Jersey, this is a very important day, as it is in other parts of the nation. And you know that in Virginia and in New Jersey, we are the only two states where there's a race for governor of the state. And so we are very busy. We are hard at work, pushing back against those who would work so hard to suppress the votes here in New Jersey. There have been several bomb threats across New Jersey today, and we know that the reason for those threats, that's to suppress the vote so that our people wouldn't come out, because if we come out and vote, we will win. And so we have been spending a great deal of time over the last several weeks, and in the closing days of the campaign, we are working hard. We're working the phones. This morning, I had the female candidate for governor of the state at our campaign headquarters, where we are rallying the troops and we're working the phones to make sure that people come out and vote. Because this election, although I too am on the ballot seeking a fourth term historic as mayor of the city of Plainfield, this election is not about me. It's about the heart and soul of this nation. It's about preserving our constitutional democracy. It's about this generation and the next. It's about safeguarding the freedoms that we too often take for granted. So there's too much on the line, and we have to do everything that we can to protect our democracy. Because where we are today as a nation is a place that we couldn't imagine we would be in this day and age. And so I am encouraging everyone within the sound of my voice, all of my D9 brothers and sisters, to do everything that we can to go out and beat the drums so that people can come out. Too many of our people have died to get the franchise so that we can, have the right to vote. And we can't take it for granted, because if we do, we would end up with what we have right now. And unfortunately, too many of our people did not come out to vote in 2024. And as a result, we are at this horrible place in time, given what is happening, what is coming out of Washington, D.C. So there's just too much at stake. We have to do better. We must do better because our future is on the line. And I have been a citizen of this country since 1985. And there has been an attack on the immigrant community in particular. There's been an attack on Black folks like you and me. And when they come for you, they come for me. When they come for me, they come for you. So don't take things for granted. Don't think because you were born here in these United States that your birth, as a result of your birth, that you have lost your immigrant status. We are all immigrants. We're in this together, and we have to be our brothers and sisters keepers. And we have to look out for each other. We have to speak out against the wrongs that are being committed against our people. We have to speak out against the draconian policies of this current administration in Washington. And so my plea to you is to let us all galvanize and come together and get the vote out so that we get the result that we want. We don't want the results that we heard a year ago. The results have got to be different so that we have a Democratic governor in Virginia and in the state of New Jersey, and that we lay the foundation
Yes,
for
indeed.
2026. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Let's get it done.
All right. Well, and that's if you're voting Democrat, because we're nonpartisan. So we can't tell you who to vote for, but we can encourage you to vote. So in your personal capacities as sharing for this, we just want to make sure that people are engaged in the process. And we want to also honor the role that we play as the international leaders of these organizations and honor the fact that we are nonpartisan. Personally, we can do what we want to do, but while we're here representing our international organizations, we're bringing people on to share factual information to help you make the decision of how you're going to vote. So Mayor Mapp, thank you so much. Shout out to you and my family and friends in the Plainfield area. Robbie Campbell, who I know you know very well, is my dear sister. So shout out to her and the work that she is doing on the ground for parents, just being involved with being in city council or being on the board of elections or being on the superintendent. Like there's so many layers to elections. It's not just the names that you hear for a mayor or for a comptroller. There are other positions in civic government that are affected when we actually show up and vote. So thank you, Mayor Matt, but I'm going to let my brother president say a few words while you're here, as he is excited to have you join this conversation today. So President Turner, over to you.
Absolutely, Brother Mapp, great to have you on today. I wanted to just have you address one thing though, as we leave from Election Day, and we know in the D9, we've got some of the most well-educated members of our communities. And so, particularly in your role as president of the Urban Mayors Association, there are so many boards and commissions and areas beyond just elected positions where our members can have a significant impact on, right, the trajectory within their communities. Can you just talk about those things, and again, those beyond election day, some things that our members can be considering to support, right, you as a mayor, and to support their communities beyond just elected roles?
I think that's a very important question, because it's not just about elected offices, but there's so many different boards and commissions that play a significant role in the development of a city, a state, and the nation. We have the planning board, we have the zoning board. And when it comes to economic development in our communities, those two boards play a significant role, especially the planning board. And so we're always looking for members to be appointed to those boards, because they review everything when we are looking to bring economic development transformation to our cities. And so we also have the library board. We know that libraries are, one of the greatest assets that we have in a community. And so appointments to the library board, that's very important. We like also to preserve the character of our neighborhood, so we blend the old and the new. And so the HPC, or Historic Preservation Commission, that's a commission that we're always looking to appoint folks to. So there is a plethora of boards and commissions, the Shade Tree Commission that we usually look to appoint folks to. And when it comes to the state, another board that I once served on is the Local Finance Board for the state of New Jersey, which makes important decisions in terms of the financial investments, in terms of bonding by municipalities, by the state, and by counties. And so membership on that board is extremely important. So there are so many different boards and commissions that you don't have to be an elected person to serve on, but you need to put yourself forward. And we as elected folks, we seek you out as well, because we know the role that you play. And I would welcome conversations with anyone who is interested in becoming a part of the process, whether it's through an elected office or an appointment on a board or a commission.
Absolutely. Great information. Thank you again, Mayor Mapp, for being here. We're going to let you get back out on the ground. You are actively working these polls and this election day, so we appreciate you once again, and thank you. I didn't know that Latasha Brown from Black Vote Matters, she was born in Plainfield, so you have someone here who is representing for you, and there's so many issues to talk about today, but we're taking them one by one as our special guests come on in. But good luck to you today, and thank you for being here. And we have Reverend Dr. Joy Hill in the D9 Situation Room. Welcome to this conversation, because you're on the ground in another hot state in Northern Virginia, another proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, here to give us an update on what in the world is happening in Virginia.
In Virginia. Thank you so much, National President. I greatly appreciate you having me here for this moment on the street. So first of all, good afternoon, and thank you so much for including Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and specifically the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter in today's programming. We are truly honored to be a part of the Divine Nine Situation Room Election Day. I think this is such an innovative and creative way to express our vote in a political system. So thank you first and foremost for that, and again, for us to be a part of that. So over the past several months, our chapter, as well as other D9, we have a commitment, right, to voting rights and ensuring that everyone's voice is heard. And we want to make sure that everyone's out and everybody's got their campaigns and their registration and those sort of things. And so we are also committed to that. And so particularly, over the past several months, our chapter has been deeply engaged, in supporting the over 1,000 voters across our community, educating encouraging and equipping them to make their voices heard at the ballot box. As it's mentioned, Virginia is a hotbed. It is a thing. So depending on who you're voting for, there is the governor's race, which is a very significant race, obviously. And what's unique about Virginia is that the governor is almost a lame duck situation immediately, because Virginia is one of the only states whereby the governor is only allowed one term. So immediately they've got to do whatever they're going to do in those 4 years. And it's always best if you have the state legislature supporting you, whatever that particular party is. So, depending on your side, if you've got the state and the House and your state legislature is of your party, then you can get some things done legislatively. And you've got 4 years to do it, because you're not, allowed to run via the Constitution of the state. So this day, we have Abigail Spanberger, who is she was a former Congresswoman, a former representative from Virginia, who is running for governor on the Democratic ticket. And we have Winston Earl Sears, who is currently the lieutenant governor of Virginia. And so it's on the Republican side. So it's a real contentious race. If you're anywhere in this area, you could not have missed it. You have been inundated with every possible political ad. And I think for a lot of us, we'll be happy to not see them tomorrow. But we want, obviously, to, our person to win, if you will. But it's imperative that we are engaged. And let me tell you, like I said, and I'm certain that all of you all have done this as well, that whole get out the vote effort, right? We know that we have an impact. We know that it's important. When we think about our organizations from inception, we were all committed to these kinds of things from the very beginning. And so here we are continuing this work here in the year of our Lord, 2025, right? Where we're seeing ourselves disenfranchised. We're seeing people of color, just having the possibility of voting rights rolled back. And those are the kinds of things that we, to collectively within our community, and of course with the D9, we are ensuring, at least we're out there to ensure that it's being heard, that folks know that this is what's going on if they haven't been paying attention. And so we, in particular, we've done some things in our community. Arlington, Virginia is in Northern Virginia. That's one of the areas that we service, dealing with some of the disenfranchised African Americans, mind you, of the elderly. Right. So we think about, those folks that can get on the ground and move and shake. And well, what about those that can't necessarily get out? Right. And so we want to make sure that we are touching them, that we are listening to them, listening to their concerns, and however we may impart whatever we can and the resources that we have to ensure that we're touching that community and communities like it. And so I'm certain that that's across the board for everyone, but certainly for Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter, we have done that sort of thing. Additionally, League of Women Voting. We've got our digital voter education strategy. I mean, again, Madam President, as this is very innovative for sure. We also are continuing to utilize technology to get out that vote. So we've got the digital voter education strategy that Northern Virginia is dealing with. We're talking about postcarding, because sometimes it's just as practical as that, is it not? There are those that don't necessarily go online and those sort of things, and you have a little tangible something. And so part of what we do for that effort is to manually, do some postcarding, where each of us are doing that to make sure that someone's receiving something in the mail. It's a postcard that says vote. As we are part of nonpartisan organizations, all of us, we ensure that we say, get out the vote. Here are your key voting dates. Here's your district, that sort of thing, versus who to vote for. We want to make sure that the electorate is engaged, and that's all that we can do. And we hope that people vote their interests for sure. So again, we even had, let me say this, something similar to this, but certainly not on this scale. We were live streaming the Virginia gubernatorial debate. So that's, we were all in a room and all that kind of thing, and just is kind of having a watch party, because we wanted to have some discourse, and it was open to the public. And so whatever side you sat on, we were there for that, but that's just the engagement piece of it. And I think that that's what's imperative for all of us with regard to voter engagement. Additionally, we've got roundtables, things like that, because a lot of times it's just about conversation, right? It's about making sure that those things are heard. And so that's just some of the things. But on the ground here in Virginia, now let me just say this so y'all don't talk about me too bad just yet. As soon as I get off this call, I am going to vote. My husband is literally standing around waiting on me. So as soon as this is over, I am going to vote. We're in a community where our precinct is right here within the community. And so it's probably about 3 minutes away, because like I said before, it's very important for this gubernatorial situation here in Virginia. And so I'll be making sure to do that. that. I've already told everybody that I can tell to get out that vote, but it is very important. And so those are some of the things that we're doing here in Northern Virginia with the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter. And I'm certain you all are as well. And so I thank you again for your time. And I thank you for allowing me just that moment.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being on the ground and for joining us so that we can hear what's happening there. Key races happening in New Jersey, New York, and Virginia. And we appreciate you sharing. And I know your international president would like to say a word before you go. And we have Robin Kelly, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, joining us. And Grand Ambassador Harris is still on the ground, making sure that our Congresswoman gets here to give her information as well. And welcome to those who are just tuning in. The numbers are going up. You're sharing. Let people know the D9 Situation Room is live. Share it on all your pages. Let them know this is our nonpartisan engagement to get out the vote, mobilize our communities, and give them the information that they need in order to make educated choices and decisions. So President Turner, I'm going to turn it over to you so that you can share a few words before Dr. Hill goes, as we see Grand Ambassador Harris is now in the car so that she can participate for our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sora Hill, thank you so very much. And thank the Soras of the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter for being strategic and intentional, planning this out, making such an impact in your area. I know it's going to make a difference. I love what you said about encouraging, educating, and equipping individuals with what they need to feel confident when they go into the polls. I appreciate that. I appreciate the 365-day effort that it takes when we're really working this machine to make sure that we build that foundation, we build that pool of people that will make a difference in our state. So, sis, I appreciate you so very much. Keep it up, and good voting.
Going to right now. Thank you all so very much.
All right. Take good care. And we're keeping it going. D9 Situation Room live from everywhere. We are broadcasting all over with the Council of Presidents of the National Pan-Hellenic Council. We have another special guest who has joined us, Congresswoman Robin Kelly. Welcome to the D9 Situation Room. I know that your Grand Ambassadors wanted to be on to welcome you. And we also have the Legal Defense Fund coming on board as well. Demetra McCain, who is here to share more information on this nonpartisan impact that we are making, educating voters. Did you call your friends? Did you text somebody? Text them, send them an email, put up a Facebook post, do something, talk to everybody, your frenemies, your friends, your family. I don't care who they are. Make sure they're going out to vote. Congresswoman, welcome. And what are you seeing happening? We know that a lot is going on.
A lot is going on, and you know I love you, Miss Stacy. So good to see you, and good to see all of you. And just want to thank you so much. You make me so proud that you're doing all of this. And you know, the Congressional Black Caucus, over half of us are D9 members, so it makes us all proud that you guys are taking the time to do this. You know, I'm hoping and praying that people are getting out to vote. I know this is nonpartisan in Virginia, in New York, in New Jersey. It is so important to make our voices heard. You know, we're in the midst of a shutdown, and people aren't getting paid. People aren't, you know, they're losing their SNAP funding. So hopefully, you know, we're on the downside of the shutdown, but we can't forget why, you know, the shutdown has occurred, because we're so extremely concerned about people and their health care. I've helped run about 13, we call them shadow hearings, and people are saying that if we don't make adjustments, if we don't extend the tax credits, if we don't do what we need to do around Medicaid, that people will die. So voting is very, 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 very important. People need to participate. People need to make sure their voices are heard. And for my basilisk, you know, she had talked to me some about ICE, and it was in my district that you saw on TV that the helicopters landed on the building, and the car crash. That all happened in the South Shore area of my district, and people being picked up by masked men. They don't know, you know, who they are, and they're being taken without their family members being aware. So, you know, our governor and Mayor Brandon Johnson and a lot of us have spoken up. We had a hearing 19 members of Congress from New York to California came to Chicago to have a hearing, on this very topic. So very, 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 concerned about what's going on, frankly, in Black and brown communities, even though it's going on in all the communities, because as people are, doing the lawns, they're doing windows, they're in restaurants, they're being taken out. So very concerned. And it's not just one group. We had Black Americans complain to us that they were taken out, also, even though they're American citizens. So again, like you said, it's very important for people to vote, for people to have their voices heard. We're depending on that.
Absolutely. And thank you for all the work that you're doing to lift up factual information. I think we're suffering with the interpretation of what facts and truth actually look like. Somebody mixed up a potion and dropped something around. We're inhaling, and it's concerning. So it's our job as nonpartisan organization to bring as many facts forward as we can, and then let people make the decision that they feel appropriate for themselves. So we thank you for taking time out. We know that you have a tight schedule and you were fitting this in to be here. And we appreciate you, and your sorors are shouting you out. So we'll let you give some more your last comments before your Grand Basilis Harris says a few words, as she is proud to see you here representing for the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
Well, thank you so much. Thank all of you again. And one thing I want to say, this is not about Democrat or Republican or independent, or if you don't vote, which of course we hope you do. This is just about, the health and safety and the life of American people. It's about everybody, not one party or not. It doesn't matter if you live rural, urban, suburban, that these kind of things affect everybody. We're all in this together. Whether you have Medicaid or not, if your hospital closes, it closes. Whether you have SNAP or not, if there's not enough people shopping at the store won't stay open. It won't buy food from the farmers. So that's what I tell people. We're all in this together.
Absolutely. And we're in it with you. And
I know
we thank you. And I love you. All right, Grand Basilis Harris.
Thank you, President Grant. To my soror, Robin Kelly, thank you for the work that you do, for not only supporting and amplifying and advocacy in the Illinois area, but thank you for what you do to support us around this country. We know you are working 1,922 times to ensure that people have the resources that they need to help them to live a fulfilling life. And so on behalf of your sorors, we thank you. We appreciate you. We lift you up. We're praying for you on a daily basis. And if there's anything we can do, please let us know, because we're here for you.
Thank you so much, Grand Basilis. Love you to death. You know that already. But thank you guys again so much. As I said, you make me so proud, and I'm so proud to be a member of the Divine Nine. So keep doing the great work that you're doing, and you're uplifting people. So thank you so much. Love
You're
to
welcome.
all of you.
Love you, sis. Be safe out there.
Bye-bye.
And we'll see you soon. All right. So now we're going to keep it going. You don't know who's stopping in the D9 Situation Room. We're where it's at. This is where the election party is happening, hanging out with the Council of Presidents of the Divine Nine. We thank you for tuning in. We thank you for sharing and letting others know that we are here. I see all the SG Rose in the chat. All the pretty poodles are out here. Happy to see their Grand Basilis as well as Congresswoman Kelly. So thank you for tuning in, and make sure you're sharing this broadcast. We want to make sure we're reminding everybody that the polls are open. Once you're in line, stay in line. You don't have to get off the line. If you see anything that is not right, 866 our vote, and we're bringing in our legal defense fund right now with some more factual information on what you need to do and to be aware of. Let's protect our seniors. Let's protect the innocent among us. And for those who are in the chat asking what the D9 does to feed the hungry and what are we doing with all these issues, honey, we live this every day. We have food pantries everywhere. We're collecting resources all the time. Being a part of our organization organization is not just about wearing colors, stepping and seeing our letters. It's about honoring who our founders were when they set out to start each one of our organizations to leave the world better than how we found it. It's a choice that we make to extend our time, talent, and resources to uplift the values and the tenets of our organization and to make the communities better because we exist. All 9 of us have chosen different ways in different key areas that we focus on. But at the end of the day, we are all focused on transformational work. And that's why we are D9 Stronger Together. So my dear sister, welcome to the D9 Situation Room. We're so happy to have you with us. You have been quite busy with everything that we see going on in the streets. So representing Delta Sigma Theta, Demetria McCain is here from the Legal Defense Fund. My sister, over to you. What say you and what's the tea that we need to know legally?
Well, first, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me and congratulations on having a stupendous conference. I heard all about it. So congratulations on that. Hey, today's a big day. And, you know, I'm so excited that you all are doing this because this is not about a presidential election. This is about so many other issues that are so important on all of these tickets, no matter where you're from. I'm from Texas. I voted early. We have 17 constitutional amendments that are up for grabs. Those things matter. It's going to affect your property taxes. It's going to affect the criminal injustice system. All those things are important. So I'm so glad to hear y'all lift up all of these issues and focuses on this together today. So let me tell you something. We have a team called Be Voter. That stands for Black Voters on the Rise. Our Black Voters on the Rise, they work with the election protection team. And so while you have that phone number crawling across the screen, they are part of the team that's there. They go out. I went out with them last November, all around the country with you all. Many of you all volunteered with them as well to make sure that voters are able to exercise their right to vote. We have a lot of people in our community, let's just admit it, that have disabilities and may have some challenges in voting. And so depending on where you are, there are certain requirements there where you live that are supposed to make sure you're able to vote, notwithstanding the fact that you may have a disability and it make it more challenging for you to actually vote. So that's really critical. When we do a report every couple of years, and the reports consistently cite these problems that people have, particularly people in our communities who have disabilities, our elders and what have you. So please, if you know an elder or you know somebody who has a disability that might impact their voting, please let them know. If they see a problem, use that phone number. Everything's up for grabs. And as you know, our amazing President Director of Council, Janae Nelson, just last month argued before the Supreme Court, trying to save the Voting Rights Act, folks, trying to save the Voting Rights Act. And so that's critically important that we continue to exercise our right to vote.
Absolutely. And understanding your rights. And that's why it's so important for us to partner with the LDF at every opportunity that we get so that you can give credible information, resources, so that our members are equipped to share with community what to do in case of a crisis. We hope that nothing happens, but if something does, who do we go to? Who do we trust? How do we make sure that we are protecting each other? So I want to thank you for sharing that. And I know that you're just as busy today because these phone lines and emails are going nonstop. And we know that you are doing your part to make sure that we have this information. And before I let your international president say a word, because she is beaming Delta proud of the work that you do, we want you to share any key information, especially for our young people who are getting really involved in this election cycle. We're doing our job as a D9 to make sure that we're firing up the millennials and the Gen Zs, even if we might not always understand how they interpret things. We need them to go be involved, and we can continue to coach and mentor them along the process. As you know, my young sons have their own very unique take on what we see happening. They also know their mama crazy. So whatever it is, you still gonna get out there and vote and make sure that you are part of the process.
And I have 2 Gen Zs, and they know they better vote. No, it's really important that we talk about, and I say the younger people and young adults are not the future, they are the present. Right? Because many of us got into this game when we were younger ourselves. And so I think voting is so critical. But what I'd love for folks who are listening to understand is that we also have to hold our elected officials accountable. And so here at LDF, with some of our folks on the policy team, we're going to be pretty soon going out with to HBCUs, to D9 organizations, making ourselves available so that they understand what they can do to hold folks accountable and to advocate for local and state-like policies as we go between these voting periods. And so voting is important, and holding officials accountable is also important. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Absolutely. And thank you for all you do and the continued conversations that we'll be having with the Council of Presidents so that we can all align with the resources of the LDF. So President Turner, I know you can't wait. Go on.
You know I can't. You know, I'm so proud of these Deltas coming through, standing on business. And Sarah McCain, thank you. Thank you for leading the policy team with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. You make us so proud. You are that resource that we go to often. So thank you for making sure that policies are upheld and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work, Madam President, and all of you. And Madam NPHC President, thank you for your work as well as Ms. Anderson.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we will be in touch, my sister. Thank you so much. And as we go through the rest of this election day, we're reminding everyone, stay online. If you get in line, they can't kick you off. You have to vote before you get off that line. Make sure you go to the restroom in case there's a long line and you might have a little situation where you make frequent visits to the porcelain gods. Make sure you go early so that you can you can stay online. Don't drink a lot of water right before you go. Just make sure you're doing everything you need to do so you can have a successful voting experience. So my sister, we're going to let you go back. Thank you again for being here. And we're joined by some more superstars in the work. You see, we have this information up on the screen. If there are any issues, this is our reporting form. Scan it with your phone. Go ahead and take a quick scan. And if you see anything, type it in that form. We're tracking it in real time. The D9 Situation Room is live, and we are here making sure that we know what's going on the ground all across the country. We are, outside of the Black church, the largest collection of our people in leadership and in movement. So when we come together, we are unstoppable. When we share the information, our communities are whole, and they are trusting that we're bringing forth information to make decisions. We can't tell you who to vote for and how to vote, but we can tell you what the truth is so that you can make the right choices when you go to the polls. So now we have some more folks in the building representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Holly Holiday, Sisters Lead, Sister Vote. We have Timothy Hughes from Alpha Phi Alpha in the building, and LaTosha Brown, my dear sister, from Black Vote Matters. And we'll be joined by the Right Reverend Shamon Arline Bradley representing NCNW shortly as well. So the party is just getting started. It's 3:45 and we are still moving on, giving you the information that is necessary and needed on this election day, D9 Situation Room. So Holly, come on in the conversation, my sister. This is one of the most brilliant minds that I get to work with, a true sister. We wear different colors, but have the same heart. Welcome to our conversation, and go ahead and, as the kids say, spit the knowledge, sis.
Well, let me just start by saying this has been an incredible election day. The polls are still open, but from early vote to now, we are seeing turnout much larger than when anybody expected and predicted. And I think that is showing that we are paying attention. That this crisis is not just being held by individuals, but that collectively we understand the assignment. And so let me just tell you, I've been tracking polls from California to New York, Virginia, New Jersey, and the many little elections all across this country, including my hometown of Kansas City, Missouri. and everyone is reporting higher than much expected turnout, especially in what the so-called off years. And we need to abandon that language anyway, because we vote every year. There's something going on all the time. And I also want to say a shout out to all the D9 Stronger together. I completely believe in that. And this is the time for us to do what we do best, and that is unity. We do unity better than anybody else. We are leading and showing that by just being in this situation room. And I appreciate you bringing up the fact that, collectively, we are one of the oldest and strongest collectives of Black owned leadership, where we own all our own stuff. And that's why we can do what we do the way nobody else can. So I am
Hold on, let me just drop a bomb on
Come on now. Now, I'm on here with my good brother Timothy and my best sister Latasha. So I'm about to be quiet and listen to more knowledge.
Well, thank you, Holly. We appreciate you, and thank you for all you do behind the scenes and on the front line. We just love you and appreciate the work. And we're going to kick it over to Timothy to share what's happening, my brother, representing Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
It is truly an honor and a privilege to be in community with all of you folks today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share. My name is Timothy Hughes. I work at the intersection of public policy and social justice here on the ground in Nashville, Tennessee. Special shout out to my fellow brothers from Tau Lambda chapter here in Nashville, Tennessee, and the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha all over the country who are participating in this civic engagement process, making your voices heard at the ballot box, and most importantly, participating in this conversation, in this discussion today. I want to talk a little bit about something that really hasn't been able to get a lot of discussion today, and we're going to talk a little bit about redistricting. Before I get into the process and about all the things that are happening, I want to talk about how the rules get set. And I think oftentimes the discussion around redistricting is really a discussion that only happens every 10 years in association with the census. But right now, we're in a special moment. We are in a moment where there are mid-decade redistricting processes that are happening all over the country, in Texas, in Mississippi, in Missouri, in Georgia, and here in Tennessee. People are deciding how the lines are drawn, how the rules are set, and what is likely to happen at the ballot box. I'm going to use a sports analogy here real quick. What would it be like if folks decided to change the rules of the game in the middle of the game? Right. That's exactly what seems to be happening right now with some of these mid-districting processes. And we want folks to be aware of what is going on with that process. We want folks to be able to engage that process and to participate. And what I think is really important is we want to make sure that the voices of those who may have been pushed out of the process, who may be on the margins, let's say you're someone who's not able to vote because you are being impacted by the criminal legal system. Voices like that are important in this process because redistricting includes the voices, includes the perspectives of some of those folks and the lives of some of those folks who are impacted through a lot of different levels. And so redistricting is, again, a process that happens usually every 10 years. But right now we're having some mid-decade cycle redistricting processes, and it establishes how the rules of the game are done. And what is happening right now with things like Prop 50 out in California, there's an effort right now to try to push back against efforts that have been done in a partisan way to try to rig the game to benefit one party or another. And what we've got to do is we've got to encourage folks to get engaged in the process. So I want you to get your pens, I want you to get your paper and write down something that I'm going to be including here in just a moment. As redistricting ramps up in preparation for 2030, there will be opportunities for members of the community to have your voices heard during local, state redistricting processes. And you need to make sure that you are plugged in with organizations on the ground, D9 organizations like the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, other NPHC organizations, but also legacy organizations like NAACP. I happen to serve as the interim president of the local branch here in Nashville, Tennessee. You got to be involved in that process as they're setting up these lines, as they're setting up the processes to make sure that you're engaged and you're not just on the menu. When you are called to testify, when you have an opportunity to participate and give local testimony in the redistricting processes, talking about how the lines are drawn, talking about what happened here in Nashville, Tennessee, where what used to be District 5 in the congressional race, when there's currently a special election that's occurring here in Nashville. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. District 7 race is happening right now. Last day to register to vote was yesterday. Early voting will be starting later this month, and December 2nd is election day for the Congressional District 7 race. When those lines are drawn, what happened here in Nashville is that there was an effort to completely fracture Black and brown voting power in the city of Nashville and in Middle Tennessee. And so the strong voting bloc that was in District 5 previously has now been split into 3 different districts. And that happens behind closed doors, under cover of darkness, away from the scrutiny of public eyes. And we cannot allow our democracy to be taken for granted. We cannot have our voices be taken away and split up in these moments, because sometimes if the game is rigged at the very beginning, it discourages folks intentionally from participating in the process. And so we've got to make sure that when we have an opportunity to do public comment, when we have the opportunity to participate in these local redistricting conversations, that we do not allow ourselves to be marginalized and pushed out of that process, that we participate in every way we possibly can, and that we make sure that we show up not just in presidential years, but in every single election, whether it's dog catcher and city council, whether it's judicial races, whether we're talking about local processes on determining who's going to be representing us on the local level. We've got to be involved in every single election when those elections occur, and we need to make sure that we are, again, at the table so that we're not on the menu. So thank you again for the opportunity once again to participate in this process, to talk a little bit about how redistricting plays a role in making sure that we have free and fair elections, and making sure that people are aware of the redistricting process and participate at every stage in that process. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that insight. And we have, different views and thoughts in the chat and questions coming in, and folks are ready they peeked and saw that the Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley's here. I see the purple hearts going in for NCNW in the chat already. She coming. But Brother Hughes, thank you for sharing that information. You can look in the chat later on. There's some folks who have some questions for you, but we thank you for being here. And I know General President Metellus would love to say a few words, but I want to shout out, I think I saw the past Grand Basilisk of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated in the building, Deborah Catchin Smith. So shout out my sister, you on the D9. We even got the past presidents coming on through. Let's give her a little round of applause up in the building. We appreciate you, and thank you for being here and your leadership. Brother Timothy, thank you again for sharing those words. General Metellus, you want to say a few words before we get ready for my sis Latasha Brown and the Reverend Siobhan L. Arline Bradley? Double hit is about to come in and tip. Okay, let me behave.
I'm excited to hear from both Sister Brown and the Reverend herself. But I wanted to give a shout out to my brother Timothy Hughes, who's helping us remember that every election, every voter matters. He has been on the ground with Alpha Phi Alpha and the NAACP pushing the agenda that every vote does matter. And we don't want to be the kind of people where the politicians are choosing the voters. We want to choose our politicians. And redistricting is a critical issue. And these are the things that Timothy Hughes and his committee and Alpha Phi Alpha have been picking up and making sure that we do the work on adjoining ourselves to legal cases as well. And so we've got to make sure that we fight, because there is no democracy should the politicians be choosing the voters. The voters should be choosing the politicians, and we need to make sure that we continue that fight. So, Brother Hughes, thank you so much. It's not a coincidence, Madam Chair, that he's an ace, greatest number there is. But I'm going to leave that right there on the table for the rest of y'all to pick that up later. We're going to take that up later. But I appreciate you.
We in public, we got people visiting the family, so we're not gonna do that now. But we do appreciate him being here. Brother Hughes, go on back out there on the ground, making sure that we are properly educated around what this redistricting actually does and what it means. And we are going to continue to educate our constituents. That's our mandate. And we thank you for answering the call as a member of our D9 family.
Thank you so much again. And if I may just have a moment of personal privilege, I want to give flowers to Latasha Brown. Prior to my work with Alpha Phi Alpha in this particular capacity, Latasha Brown gave me an opportunity as a statewide coordinator here in Tennessee to work with Black Voters Matter here on the ground. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share space with you, Sister Brown. Thank you so much for all the work that you continue to do for our people. continuing to bring Black joy and Black power. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm so grateful to have the community with you.
Love you, too.
Awesome. I love it. You know, we love Natasha Brown. I had to bring out the horns for my sister now. It's going down. It's going down in the D9 Situation Room. Election Day 2025. Natasha Brown, the founder and president of Black Votes Matter. Welcome, my sister. And thank you for being here to add to our voices today. The information, as we know, we keep repeating, we're nonpartisan for a reason, because the mandate on us is to educate and inform. And we're bringing the experts here. We're bringing the individuals who can talk about redistricting, who talk about basically anything that we see happening, because they stay on the ground with their ear to the hearts and the minds of the people, what they're nervous about, what they're concerned about, with the shutdown, with Black women being displaced from jobs. It's too much to count. It's only for the grace of God that we're still standing, and we're going to keep moving on. But my sister, over to you.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me, over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. I wanted to start singing, Sister Stacy. I wanted to start singing that song because sometimes we forget. Sometimes we forget in the moment who our ancestors are. Sometimes we forget the long history that we have been in, where the roots of resistance run deep. And so while I'm here to talk about voting, I want us to really talk about our agency and our ability to resist in a moment that we see our communities being under attack right now. And so the Voting Rights Act is just one of many things. As I think about even that song, to have when you didn't have government, you didn't have resources, you didn't have a job, you didn't have all of those things that we had to protect us, that were in the space to protect you, and still you resisted, that comes from some deep place of spirit, that comes from some deep place of your humanity. And so I just wanted to start in that space so that we understand that we are part of doing the work and the legacy that we have always done. We have always in this country. They're the founders and the framers of America, but we're the founders and the framers of democracy. That's who we are. And so I wanted to just share kind of what is happening right now real quick around voter suppression, and particularly around this redistricting issue. So just to make it short so that people understand, the Louisiana versus Calais case, this case that is in Louisiana right now, that is before the Supreme Court, that many of us actually mobilized up, my sister Siobhan, Holly, all of those on the front lines, and we mobilized folks. We brought we brought buses from 8 different states to come up from the South, because it's going to have a particular impact on the South, but not just the South. In this particular case, what it does is it says that a group of who they identify themselves as non-African Americans, get that. Their whole identification is non-African Americans. So a group of white folks that are connected to themselves as non-African Americans bought a case in Louisiana, and basically essentially said that for us to have representation, that means is reverse discrimination against them. Now, mind you, they have all of the current seats in Louisiana, with the exception of one seat, that was one area that was a district, are held by white elected officials. I'm quite sure some of them are decent, some of them are good folks. That's not the point. The point is, in a state that we're 1/3 of the population. I need folks to understand, we're 1/3 of the population, but we have not actually seen the state draw distance in such a way that we can be competitive. So essentially what wound up happening is that in a very similar case happening in my home state of Alabama, almost 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, and the Supreme Court, the state of Alabama is 25% Black. And so same circumstance, only one seat is almost like we relegated to one seat. And then no matter how our numbers grow, that ultimately we've been relegated to having one seat that is competitive for us. And so a case was brought, a case was brought in the state of Alabama that actually said, we got, like this district, we deserve more representation because of our numbers. It went to the Supreme Court. The conservative Supreme Court actually came back and told the state of Alabama, this is a little too much. This too racist for us. Y'all gonna have to do better than this. And you're gonna have to draw another district. And so essentially another district was drawn, which makes it 2 districts in the state of Alabama, make it competitive. The state of Louisiana came back and said, well, we know what's going to go down on the pipeline. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a second district, try to get in front of it. And then this group of who they identify themselves as non-African Americans filed a lawsuit saying that drawing another district that would be competitive for us, even though we're 1/3 of the state, would make it be reverse discrimination against them. The truth of the matter is we know what this is about. This is really about a power grab and a concentration of power and minimizing our voice and minimizing our power. We have to have a different orientation in this moment. And so I want people to know what's happening in some of the background, because I want us to move outside of this frame. We got to shift, y'all. We're in a paradigm shift. That we've got to shift from even seeing voting as some participatory activity that we do. We've got to actually see it as an action. This ain't about partisanship. This is about the Republican Party, the Democratic Party. This is really about power. This is about our power. And so while we're seeing this representation, there are 19 seats, because I need folks to know, if this takes place, that there's up to 19, 1/3 of the Congressional Black Caucus we will lose in the South alone. Now, but it's not just the congressional seats. 50% of the cases that actually come up against that are actually filing Section 2 issues are local cases, y'all. That means it's going to impact us on the local level, from the council level to county commissioners to all kinds of districts. It will essentially move us back to pre-1965, could have the possibility of moving us back to pre-1965, where you will see 0 to very little Black representation. And is that an issue? Yes, because I want folks to, on your spare time, I want you to go back and look at the history of Reconstruction. That in Reconstruction, what we saw is we saw African Americans start being elected into office. There were 8 men that were elected as senator. Once they actually put in a very similar kind of process around undermining Black representation, do y'all know how long it took us to get another congressman, a Black congressman from the South? 95 years. So we don't need to take this as no joke. This is really a serious power grab, and it's important for us to really treat it as such. We can't just treat voting as we're just voting like it's a popularity contest. This has to be a voter resistance. This has to be our collective and our leverage power in this moment. This has to be a moment that we're planning what we're planning to do forward. I'll do 4 quick things around what I think we should be doing. Number 1, we should be preparing. So everybody on this call, everybody's seeing that. I am not going to be preaching to you about voting, because you know better, right? But I need you to understand that we're going to have to use the law of multiplication. You can no longer operate as an individual, because being an individual don't really help us. I'm going to need you to be a collective, which means I'm going to need you. I'm deputizing you right now that you got to be responsible for 10 people, and you got to see it. It takes 10 to win. I don't care who the 10 is. They can be in your neighborhood, they can be in your community, they can be in your household, but everybody got to vote around here. Like, you're going to have to take 10 to win. Secondly, I think, so we got to prepare ourselves and get information around that. The second thing that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to push back and protest. We can't act like this is normal. There has to be consequences. When people are coming after our community, we can't just sit back and act like it's okay. No, we've got to push back and put pressure. What does that mean? You should be calling. We should be actually going to our state legislators. Many of them are going to start in the first quarter. All of our D9 brothers and sisters, we should be organizing just like we do our days on the Capitol, or we got to go over there. We're going over there with a chip on our shoulder. We're going over there saying that we don't care if you're Republican, Democrat. What we need is voting rights legislation that is in place right now. And we've got to be careful in watching to make sure that they don't create more voter suppression laws like we've seen in Georgia. There were over 300 that were actually introduced in the last 5 years. So this isn't isolated, y'all. This has been by design. The third thing that we've got to do, connected to the pushback, but the protest, y'all, we got to be prepared to cut up. And yes, I said it. That's why I'm wearing my Fannie Lou Hamer shirt today, because I believe in some good cut up. I believe in some good trouble. And what does that mean? That means that we've got to be prepared to go to the street organized actions, that we've got to prepare our people. That means we've got to start making sure that we're providing training for our folks around nonviolent resistance. That means that we've got to actually start having these conversations and start making these plans for in the first quarter of what we can do to lift this up. And then the fourth thing, the last thing I'll say is, it's time to pivot. Dr. Grant, it's time to pivot.
That's right.
Not act as if things are normal and they're okay. We're going to have to pivot. We're going to have to shift to start really seeing ourselves as we're the founders of the kind of America that we desire, that we deserve. And that means we're going to have to think differently. We're going to have to move differently. We're going to have to organize differently. What we do know is that when we work together, we win. I'm so grateful to be and share space with all of the people that are on here. But as I close, I'll just say this. Strategy is going to help us get there, right? But the last P that I'm going to say, and I know this isn't a religious gathering, but most of our organizations have a foundation of faith, that we're going to have to pray. And I mean, really be earnest about praying, and not in a passive way, but getting together collectively and pray and tap into what our power is, y'all. Our power has always not just been strategy. It's been strategy that has been aligned with spirit, that has been aligned with the spirit of people and lifting people up. That sometimes we are the hope that folks need. A lot of times we want to write people off as apathetic. I ain't never met anybody that was apathetic. Every person I've ever met cared about something. It was my responsibility as an organizer to figure out what it was, to take the time to listen and be empathetic enough that I can figure out what it is that they care about, so that I can help them make that connection so they don't feel powerless. So let's speak life into our folks. Stop saying they're apathetic. Stop saying that they don't care, because everybody cares. We as organizers, perhaps God has gifted us as organizers so we can actually figure out what it is that they care about. And the way that you can figure that out is if they know you care. If you're talking to folks and it's just a transaction, they don't care. Like, why would I come to you when you're just a transaction? But when you know that you genuinely care about what is happening right now, that in this moment that we're seeing 42 million people have lose SNAP benefits, in this moment where there's all things going on that are causing people economic hardship and pain, that this is the moment, this is an opening for us to really get ourselves together, organize our powers, and move forward. Remember, it takes 10 to win.
And there you have it. That's what I'm talking about. There ain't nothing else to say. It's just drop the mic, shut down the whole D9 situation room. I mean, there it is. Whoop, there it is. So we appreciate you, my sister. Love you so much. Thank you for sharing that reset, right? Because I think a lot of times we have to be careful about the words that come out of our mouth and what we're continuing to believe, because if you hear it often enough, it can seep into your spirit. So you got to purge those things. And I think you gave everybody a nice little reboot at what's really important, what we're talking about, and that for those of us of faith and unapologetic about it, we know that prayer changes things. So that's the perfect segue into the Right Reverend L. Arline.
What you want me to say now? What am I doing here?
You are coming in the conversation to be able to share, because NCNW is in this chat. Amen. I see all the purple going crazy up in here. They're excited to see our president of NCNW, the organization of organizations, out here on the front line, making sure that we are coming together to do this work, to inform, empower, and educate. But I'm going to turn it over to you, because I knew this was going to be the power hour. And we still got Brother Charles here waiting. He's like, oh, the women talking, Lord. When am I going to speak, Grand Baptist Lou?
I know better than to interrupt these ladies from while they're doing their thing. So I will quietly and politely wait my turn.
Well, thank you, my brother. And over to you, my dear sister, Reverend.
Well, let me just say, it is, you know what? Sometimes, we go through these moments in life where you start thinking that your back's against the wall and you have no other recourse. But God is so kind in that he will show you moments. He'll show you movements. He'll show you an open door that you can walk right through. And this is my open door today. I've had a crazy day. We've had a crazy night, really thinking about some of the security issues that are happening on the ground in terms of folks trying to vote. And let me just say this, I could not be more proud to be a Black institutionalist, because I don't think people understand what it means to be an institutionalist. I'm going to do my honors to my leadership in a second, but I need to start with why the institutions matter. I've been seeing a lot of rhetoric across the country about the disregard of Black institutionalism. And I tell people all the time that are Black and in community, if you are Black in America, there has been an institution that has been intricate in your freedom journey. Now, what institution that is depends on where you come from, depends on your background. For some, it's the Black church. For some, it is the Divine Nine. For some, it is your HBCU. Whatever the institution is, there has been an institution that has been intricate in the journey of liberation for Black people. And the reason why I could not miss this call, beyond my international president is here, Cheryl Turner, rocking one of my favorite colors. I am a member of Delta Sigma Theta. I am a proud D9 member. And my joy is to be the president of the organization that has everybody in it. So it don't matter your color or your creed. If you are divine or just fine, it doesn't matter. If you are a Black woman, you are an NCNW woman. And if you are a brother, you are an associate, and welcome to join us in this fight. So I have to open with the institutionalism of our people. Because what does that really mean? What it means is that we come from a cadre of ancestors that realized that unity was the best reaction to oppression. Unifying and unity is the best defense against oppression. And what can I just say that the thing that y'all really need me to say, and that is Black people have never lost any fight that we worked on together. I'm trying to help you. Like, look at every piece of legislation. Look at every moment that we've had in our country. You might have lost political races, but we have not lost any fights that we organized around collectively, minus the ego, minus the color, minus who's going to be on the program first. When we did that right, we never lost. And why is it important to be on this call today? I am so glad when people start hating and start throwing vitriol, I know the enemy is mad. Like, the more I see these denouncements across the country, I know we on to something. That means we doing too much good God work. That means we are too close to what the enemy doesn't want us to see. And let me just say this. I see you, Faith Blackburn, as an NAACP or NCNW girl, all of the things, I will tell you this. Weeping may endure for a night is not just a minor set of words, because nighttime and midnight are required for life. But here's the disconnect that people have about midnight. Midnight is also still morning. And what you miss in life is that in the dark times, you're transitioning into that which is about to be new for you. New day, new opportunity. And we have to look at this political moment as midnight, because it doesn't get any darker. This is midnight of the political scheme in this country. So California, get me to 1201. New Jersey, get me to 1201. Virginia, get us to 1201. Why? Because if we vote our values, hear me, I didn't tell you who to vote for. I told you to vote value. I told you to vote policy. I'm telling you to vote in spaces that you understand that if we get past midnight, y'all, each movement is getting us to the morning light. And what I want to say is, on the other side of this is that it had to be the institutionalists. It had to be the folks that believed in a God that was bigger than them. It had to be a people that had the blood, listen, resilient blood of ancestral lineage in your body that says, if I don't get up, I spit in the face of those that were beaten for me, that were killed for me, that were harmed, maimed, raped, lynched, castrated. I need you to hear the vitriol of what we're dealing with. I want to close with something that's really practical. Y'all know that I'm dealing with this with NCNW. We've been moving across the country. I'm going to tell you right now what's been exciting me are the young people. Now, I can't even explain to you how many young people are coming into the movement this way. Please do not discount the young leadership we have in our country.
That's right.
Their methods may be different, but their movement is just as masterful. I want you to hear me say it again. Their methods might be different, but their movement is masterful. Why? Because they have learned to write their own language, use new tools, use technology. And what I'm saying is, in this moment of needing to get out the vote, we have got to have a message that is clear for every generation, for every experience, for every geography. And for those that have tried to harm us, I want to say it because we got to deal with the truth, Madam Grand. We have been at risk. Some of us have been put at risk. I'm in the only Black-owned building on Pennsylvania right in this moment. That's why I took it from here. I want you to know whose house I'm in. I'm in the people's house. The only Black-owned space on Pennsylvania Avenue. Why am I here? Because Dorothy Height, because the founder, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, put into us the resilience that we have right now. The 3 C's are going to keep us, y'all. Holly knows I do it all the time. Consuming, constituency, commitments.
That's right.
What are we consuming? Don't forget, y'all, in this moment of get out the vote, what you consume is what you value. So if you are consuming news media, consuming products that activate against our morals, you are consuming against your own interests.
That's right.
Constituency. When I tell you Prop 50 is everything, Prop 50 is the litmus test. Because I live in the state of Maryland. I'm telling you right now, there's litmus tests looking at California. And if the Black vote, hear me, the Black vote is a consistent voting block. If the brothers and sisters, and don't sleep, brothers, it was over 80%. Stop using these numbers wrong. Black men and Black women are in alignment. Stop using that narrative.
That's right.
We are connected.
Rev, you gotta leave me something to talk about. You gotta leave me something to talk about. Come on, Rev.
Sure.
You gotta leave me something to talk about.
Because we are together. Brothers and sisters are together. And then it's the commitment strategy, y'all. Commit to Black institutions, Black families, Black businesses. This is your day. When you go out to vote, invest in a Black family that has a need. Like I gotta tell y'all, right now we're seeing so much happening. People are going out to vote when they don't have no food to eat. I'm telling you what's happening because they're telling us. Get into the place, get into the building, and know this too will pass, but it can't pass without the push from us. So I love you. God bless you. I got to pick up my little guy from school. But listen, we out here doing this work. And I'm going to leave you something to say, brother. I'm not going to leave you hanging because we out here doing this work. And I love you so much, Madam Chair of our Council of Presidents. To my president, Cheryl Turner, you're a good girl in your red. I'm loving it. I'm so proud to be in your organization. To Donna, too. I see Brother Turner. Y'all know my husband's a Sigma, so I got to shout him out. I see Brother Ricky, Brother Lucian. I see y'all. I love y'all. Tasha, Holly, Donna. I'm kissing y'all from afar. I'm going to see y'all pretty soon. And don't forget, y'all, the work's not done. God bless you.
We love you, love you, love you. We got to give you another round of applause as well for all you do representing the organization of organizations. And you know how we go. Another true sister. I'm blessed. When people talk about things that they value or acquire, it's my relationships that are priceless. And each one of you are a part of those special gems that are in my life. So Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, kiss my nephew and love you. We appreciate you. And tell my brother I said, hey, and we are going to keep this conversation going because Brother Coleman said, there ain't nothing else for me to say now. You got Latasha Brown on here, Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, but the Omega Men always got a little something.
That is absolutely correct. Thank you for having me. I want to thank Latasha for her inspiring words, as well as Dr. Siobhan for doing what she does so amazingly. Of course, want to acknowledge my Grand Bosslers, Brother Ricky Lewis, who's here, the Bruz Grand Bosslers, who we appreciate so much, and my friend, my personal friend, President of Alpha Phi Alpha, Lucian Metellus. It's good to see you, Lucian. And everyone else, all of the fratters and sorors who are on today's call. I do have a few things to say. The first thing, to sort of pick up where everything was just so eloquently framed, it is important for us to remember in this moment that Black America has been the conscience of America for as long as there has been in America. We have been the moral conscience of this country as long as this country has actually existed. And this moment requires us to do more of the same, although to do so in a different manner. speaking specifically to the issue of redistricting, because I want to start there and then sort of go into some other pieces so that we can really have a robust conversation. Prop 50 in California is what the future looks like. So for people who are not understanding this redistricting moment, I want to frame it so that people really get why this is so significant. We only are supposed to redistrict for the purposes of drawing new political maps after the census has been taken, which is once every 10 years. It's 2025. So anybody who can do math understands that we are in the middle of a census cycle. So the notion of redistricting is not something that should be going on right now. However, for those of you who do not know why this is taking place, it is because the president has sent instructions to state legislatures across the country to ensure that when midterms come up next year, that he will be able to maintain a hold on Congress and of the Senate. And so the redistricting effort mid-census wise is why you see the game changing the way that it is. When you look at Prop 50 in California, again, for people who may not be aware, Prop 50 is a vote that is being put in front of, is a ballot initiative that's being put in front of the citizens of California today that will give them permission in that state to do mid-census redistricting. Now, a lot of this, you may recall, started in Texas, because the Texas State House started doing things to try and redistrict there that was essentially going to move people like Jasmine Crockett and other representatives outside of the districts that they currently live in order to try to create more Republican seats. Now, here's the thing about this from a tactician standpoint. Two can play that game. So California being the litmus test today when you talk about Prop 50 is so critically important, because they can do as much as create 5 different new seats for another party, or take away 5 seats from a particular party. I understand this is a nonpartisan call.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be something that is weaponized and used. And so in a certain way, I find it interesting to see how one side of the aisle seeks repeatedly in the political realm to try to maintain some false superiority of morality when you're fighting against an opponent who is not unwilling to get into the mud. And this is a moment in which we have to understand that the tools that are being used are different, they are evolved, and it requires us to be willing to use the same things. So we've seen the same thing happen in Virginia, where folks on the left now have begun to engage the same strategy in the state legislature. And there are conversations about it potentially happening in New York and in other blue states, where there's the ability for these blue states to redistrict in such a way that allows for more seats to be given, rather than in the red states that we're seeing this happen. These things are just being taken. Now, this is a very important caveat that we all need to understand. We do not necessarily want the notion of redistricting to occur to the benefit of one party if it ends up being to the detriment of Black voting strength, because those two things are not always in alignment. Illinois is a great example of this. Right now, there is a conversation in the Illinois State House about potential redistricting. But the problem with that is that the way that the maps would be drawn, yes, it would give Democrats in this instance more seats, but it would dilute the voting strength of Black voters in certain parts of Illinois. So we have to take this with an approach that is very much so a scalpel and not a hatchet, because that's how we sort of get into a space that seems like it's a good idea, but in the long run potentially puts our voting strength on the chopping block, and we don't want that. We want to be able to avoid that. So as we look at this redistricting issue, for everyone who's on here, understand that this is a state and local conversation that needs to take place among your state and local electeds. And we should not be gun shy. If this is how folks are playing, we shouldn't be gun shy about getting in the game and saying, look, this is how y'all are rocking. These are the rules. Well, then we got to fight fire with fire, because if we don't, by the time that we get to the notion of a midterm, it's not going to be much left in terms of the ability for free and fair elections, because you can have an election, but if the maps are so gerrymandered that the redistricting has now diluted Black power where you can't represent who or choose who represents you, that's not what democracy is, and that's not how democracy works. The last thing that I want to say on this point is it is incumbent upon all of us as a community to really do some thought work around our own political ideologies. And I'm not talking about liberal or Republican. I'm not talking about Democrat versus conservative. I'm saying that there are too many of us who do not go into the ballot box with a concrete understanding of what it is we expect to get out of that vote. And so if you ask people and you say, I say oftentimes, and I get in trouble for it, sometimes I say that too many of us vote as a matter of ritual versus a matter of practice. And so when people say, well, what does that mean? And we all know what a ritual is. And so when you practice something, when you perform a ritual, you perform it because it's something that you were told to do. It may have some level of symbolism, but it's really something that you have been sort of taught to do, even if you aren't taught the significance of it or everything behind it. You know, you just got to go do it. And a lot of times, too often, our rhetoric around civic participation is narrowly focused on voting, when that's just one part of an entire series of engagement that we need to be talking about. When you practice something, when you are practicing something, you are intentional about what it is that you are doing in order to affect a specific outcome. And a lot of us are not as intentional about the process and the practice of voting as we need to be. If you ask too many of us, well, what are you voting for? Why? They'll say stuff like, because our ancestors died for that right, and because that's what we're supposed to do. These things are not false, but they are not an ideology. Anybody but Trump is not a political ideology. That does not tell you what you are supposed to get from a system. And so it is incumbent upon us to really think about what our political ideology and our non-negotiables are individually. I had a conversation I was just with Brother Grant. We were together in Pittsburgh for a chapter centennial. We sat, and afterwards I had a wide intergenerational conversation with a number of different Omega men and ladies who had come to support the event. And I asked each of them, I said, what is your non-negotiable? You don't have to necessarily be a one-issue voter to have a political non-negotiable, but what is the one thing that you must hear from a candidate who wants your vote and where you sit? It can be whatever it is, but have one. Because when you don't, you are not able to negotiate and navigate and demand what it is that your vote is worth. So people ask me, well, okay, so you asked us all these questions. What's your non-negotiable? And I say, this is what I'll close on. My humanity and the humanity of those people who look like me is my political non-negotiable. And so people say, well, what does that mean? And I say, well, it means that I'm unavailable for any candidate who believes that they can negotiate my access to any democratic institution and or benefit and or protection on account of my humanity or any aspect of my humanity. And if you think that you can regulate the access, the protection, and the benefits of anyone who looks like me based on some aspect of their humanity, that is a non-negotiable for me. So that's whether that's education, protection from law enforcement, equal protection under the law, access to the judiciary, healthcare, access to the economy, any of the above, access to the employment market, any of the above. If you think that you can use my identity as a factor in negotiating my access to that, we have nothing to talk about. And that's sort of my non-negotiable. But I encourage each and every one of us to think about what your non-negotiables are. And lastly, what I'll close on is, please, in this moment, do not underestimate, when I just was talking about the importance of it, do not underestimate the significance of how important our humanity is, and leaning into our humanity. And I know a lot of people may say, like, that sounds real soft and fuzzy, but what we have to understand is that we are not going to get out of the space that we are in.
That's right.
A recognition, a reevaluation, and a reimagination and a re-engagement of our humanity. Because the minute that you begin to think about your own individual humanity, you cannot help but to understand and reimagine how you relate to the next human being that's next to you, and so on and so forth. Brandon Johnson has found enormous success in Chicago as a leader in this moment, in terms of the way that the people have galvanized to support him, in part because he is leading with humanity. And that is one aspect of how things are going to be required of us in this moment, as we organize, as we talk, as we work, as we develop strategy, and most importantly, as we execute. So thank you for this time. And I hope I said something different. And the last piece I want to say very, very quickly, please understand. If Prop 50 passes in California, you thought Project 2025 was moving fast, it's going to accelerate. I'm telling you, as someone who's in media, I'm telling you as someone who has access to this, if Prop 50 passes in California, if Democrats pick up the governorship in Virginia, which they likely will, and the governorship in New Jersey, Project 2025 is going to accelerate, particularly around Prop 50, because that will be the litmus test to say, wait a minute, this may not be as smooth as we thought. So please be mindful of the impact and the ripple effect that this is going to have as the results come in tonight.
Absolutely. Well, you've given us quite a bit, Brother Coleman Jr., for us to digest, for us to think about. I love that you ended on humanity, right? That should be like the baseline of how we interact. We might not always agree. We might not like the same things, come from the same place, but humanity, just simple, basic humanity, that we can be seen, that we can be respected, and that we have the same access to all of the same items, systems, programs, services as any other community. That bare baseline of humanity is so important. And for those who believe in treating other people as you would like to be treated, you would think that your humanity would kick in with the decisions that you make, with the governance that you do. And I'm concerned for those who haven't evolved to a level set of humanity and not treating others like animals or inanimate objects, but as human beings. So we salute you and thank you for being here. I know you're a grand boss, Lewis wants to say a word, so we're going to let him jump in and love on the bro. But we appreciate you stopping by and sharing. So over to you, Grand Boss Lewis.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Charlie, we appreciate you, man. Sister Bradley came with the 3 C's. You came with the 2 C's, Charles Coleman. And, man, thank you for representing us on MSNBC. We thank you for your service, not only as an Omega man, but you represent G9, brother, every time you come on. Let me just segue over to Lucian. I thought Lucian might want to say a few words since that's your type man from New York. Lucian and Madam Brother President, let me toss it to you and give Charles a little love before he go.
Well, first of all, Charles, thank you. You are always on point. I can't even speak to the relationship that you and I have. And I want to just reemphasize that there's nothing, I love you, my brother, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing you can do about that. We as black men need to love on each other a little bit more. And I love you, Brother Coleman. I love the work that you're doing. And you always have an ally in the mission that we have to do. And it is about our humanity. It's not about what aisle, what voting aisle you're in, either blue or red. It's about your humanity, and that's a non-negotiable for all of us. And I appreciate your leadership on that. And I love the work that you're doing, and I love you, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. We love and appreciate you. Keep shining, keep representing us, keep speaking truth to power. Indeed. We will not be silenced. There's power in our voices. Death and life is in the power of the tongue. All right, let me this D9 situation room. Let me just calm down. But I get excited when we start talking about the truth. My fellow presidents, it has been quite the day. We're in the what I call the after party now. It's the D9 situation room after party. We said we were going to be here until 3:30, and we extended it until 5:30 because so many people want to come on, want to share in the information. We see your comments. You're like, when is the next D9 situation room? Keep this going. We love the unity. We love seeing our presidents represented, our members here sharing. This is not the first D9 situation room we've had. It's actually the third. We've been out here curating these spaces so that we can have conversations, that we can be able to have credible messengers, share, and fact check for yourself. Don't get so caught up into what seems to be the news line and the headlines. Find the facts out, get the information, and don't let people make you feel like if it's on fire, oh, it's not really burning. It's on fire. Do what you need to do, whatever that is for your community, for your household, for your family. I want to be able to live to see my children become husbands and parents, and to be able to have grandchildren come in the world and it not be all upside down. So we have some work to do. So let's see here. President Jones Anderson, you've been supporting our president of the NPHC. You've been here listening and looking in the chat. Anything catch your eye before we get ready to transition to the next group of special guests who will be joining us?
Yes, Madam Chair. I received a message earlier from someone in Houston that said their district was, it was a low turnout. So I just wanted to let people know that some people think their vote doesn't matter. There's no need for me to go to the polls because it's not going to matter. But in 9 times in history, one vote did matter. And so I just want those that might be sitting on the sofa looking at us that haven't voted today to purposefully get up, put your boots on the ground, and go out and vote because it is important. And just as our leader earlier said, 10 of us, take 10 with you, call 10, take 10, invite 10. Please make sure that you reach out to your family and friends and make sure that they voted today because their vote matters, your vote matters, all of our votes matter, and we can make a difference. Collectively, all together, stronger together, we can definitely make a difference. So pick up that phone and call somebody.
That's right. It is not too late. And once you are in line, you have to stay in line. Don't let anybody tell you that you have to leave. No, you don't. Once you're in line, you get to vote. So make sure you go out to vote. It's after lunchtime in most places across the country. So check in and see if people went to vote. If they work close to their voting polls, they can go and vote. If they get off of work a little later, for those in the New York area, it's almost 5 o'clock. For those of you who are working a 9 to 5, you can still make it to the poll. This is a key race happening here in New York City for mayor. So everybody's paying attention here. They're paying attention in New Jersey. They're paying attention in Virginia. They're paying attention in California. So we want to make sure that you are texting at least 10 friends. Let them know what is going on in your area. Did you vote? Do you realize what's on the ballot? Do you understand why it's important that each of us extend our vote? President Turner, you've had some good representation from the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta, and they've been in the chat firing off, sending you some love. What do you want to say to your sorors today?
Thank you. They have. I've been reading the chat that's been rolling through, and I want to just echo what President Anderson said about getting out to vote, making sure that you understand one vote can carry a lot of things. It's powerful. That's the leverage that we have, being able to vote. You can have all the money in the world and still not win a race. So Alsabrook showed that in her Maryland race. She was up against someone with deep pockets, but the voters came out and turned tide so that she won. So please understand that. Get on the phone, call your friends. 10 for the win, as Latasha Brown said. So let's get moving and let's get busy.
That's right, 10 for the win, and we're going to keep it going with one of my sorors representing the great state of Mississippi. Some of you may not know we have a maternal health crisis going on in the country, and it is just embarrassing to see the numbers and the stats in the United States of America when it comes to maternal health and infant health. And I'm so proud of the work that our SOAR representative Zakiya Summers is doing in the state of Mississippi. So when we talk about what's at stake, what's on the ballot, she's here to talk about and lift up some of the health issues as we see the fight going back and forth on whether the compromise can be made to open back up the government and looking at what will be cut from access for so many people and families. Representative Summers, Mansour, welcome to the D9 Situation Room. I know you're in the middle of doing quite a bit there on the ground in Mississippi, and President Turner has a special love for Mississippi too, but we appreciate you being here. Tell us what is going on there in Mississippi and what you would like to lift up for voters to understand how important it is to get to the polls.
Well, hello there. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. President Grant, thank you so much for the opportunity to be in the Situation Room. This is wild that I'm here, but I'm just so excited about being here. And President Turner, so good to see you. President Turner is going to be one of the honorees at the NAACP Freedom Fund banquet on Saturday. We'll be honoring her, as well as another one of our SOARs, Karen Boykin Towns, who's the vice chair of the National NAACP Board of Directors. She'll be our keynote speaker, and we'll be honoring her. Again, good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor and a pleasure to be with you all. I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on here in Mississippi. Just last week, we held a legislative hearing about Black maternal health. Mississippi is leading the nation in maternal deaths. Just last year, our infant mortality rate climbed to nearly 10 deaths per 1,000 live births. That's the highest that it's been in more than a decade. For Black infants, the rate is more than that. It's actually 15 per 1,000. And for Black women, the story is just as devastating. We're nearly 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. Last week, President Grant, as well as Congresswoman Underwood from the great state of Illinois, provided greetings during our legislative hearing to really help center us and ground us in this conversation. We listened to family stories, we listened to experts, we listened to advocates about the need to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable. We also talked about the need to bring midwives and doulas into this space so that, we can help create spaces for women to have babies where they're not afraid, but they actually have someone who is providing the comfort and heart that they need to have a safe delivery. The point of it all is that we not only want Black women to survive the birthing process, but we want Black women to thrive in motherhood. And so we're going to be working with our partners on the ground. We look forward to working with you all as well as we move forward. President Grant and I have had a couple of conversations about how we can do something that is really public facing and community centered here in Mississippi. So we're actually looking forward to doing that, hopefully on our Founders Day in early part of January, where we can bring more people in and talk about this issue. And we want to continue to build pressure and build grassroots support that will help us push policy forward when we start the 2026 session in January. And so this issue is on the ballot. This is an issue that is on the ballot. Because you need people at the policymaking table that are concerned about whether or not women and babies, particularly Black women and Black babies, are surviving, are living. This is a matter of life and death. And then when you add the layer of what's happening with the government shutdown, with the one big, and I call it the one big ugly bill, it's nothing beautiful. to me about it, the one big ugly bill that is actually cutting health care where people will have to spend more in order to go see the doctor. This is going to have even more devastating effects, particularly on our rural communities where we already have families living in maternal health deserts. So all of these issues are on the ballot. And that's why it's so important that we encourage folks in, you know, my colleague likes to say in the hamlets and villages that we live in and represent to make sure that they get out and vote and that they understand the issues and the people that they're voting for and the positions that those people hold. And then we have to continue to hold those people accountable so we can make sure that we see some progress when it comes to issues like healthcare and civic engagement, maternal health specifically, even with our SNAP benefits. So there's a lot going on. And I'm just so excited that we have the Divine Nine on board with helping us with this. Let's continue to ensure that no mother dies while bringing life into this world. Let's help Mississippi and every state that we represent turn the tide on maternal and infant mortality, not because someone else told us to do it, but because we decided that enough is enough. So thank you so much, President Grant.
Absolutely. And I'm just so excited. You actually gave them a little extra information before we launch it, but I'm excited about what we will do with our longstanding partners of March of Dimes. We've been out here at the forefront of maternal health and infant health for over half a century, doing this work with our Stork's Nest programming and also with our March for Babies. So we're looking forward to highlighting and partnering with the local efforts that are happening in the epicenter of the crisis, which unfortunately is Mississippi. So we are thrilled that we get this chance and this opportunity to elevate what is on the ballot. Like, this is a part of things. Who are you putting in office that's actually going to vote and create legislation to make sure that babies are healthy, that they get into the world, and that the mothers that are carrying them are also in a position to survive birthing, this very special and dear process. So the QR code up at the top of the screen is going to allow you a space and an opportunity, if you see anything happening on the ground, to report it and to let us know what is going on so that we can get you the right information and supports. 866 our vote is the number that you share if there's anything that is happening that we need to be aware of as a community, so that we can get information out and make sure that we're safe, our rights are protected as we go to the ballot box, but that we realize the importance of why there is a disconnect, right? Why is there a disconnect with what's happening with the shutdown? What's really being argued? What is really happening? There's a lot of misinformation that continues to be permeated out here in these streets. So in our nonpartisan way, we are coming to bring you experts, to bring you information that is going to allow you a space and a place to decipher and to use discernment and to have wisdom as to how you move forward being a part of our civic process. So I'm so proud of you, Representative Zakiya Summers, my soror. So I get to shout. Let me drop some. So I'm just thrilled.
Madam Grant, can I just say one thing
Absolutely.
about maternal health? So I want to just say to your soror who's doing the work in Mississippi, where it's the highest percentage of Black people in the country. Texas may have the most Black people, but Mississippi, percentage-wise of populations, has the highest percentage of Black people. It's no accident that maternal health is an issue here. And I want to give a challenge to our brothers across the Divine Nine and who are even not in Divine Nine. Black maternal health affects all of us. So we as men need to vote in the interests of the women in our lives and protect and make sure that they have what they need to have successful births and outcomes as parenting and as in mothers. So we as men need to be just as invested in this, not just the sisters. And we want to make sure that I challenge us as men to step up in this area and make sure, because you never know, it doesn't have to be your wife, it doesn't have to be your girlfriend. It can be your sister, it can be your cousin, it can be someone that you just may meet on the street, but they're depending on us to provide support. I just want to say that because I think a lot of times we talk about this, but we don't understand that Black men need to also step up and be part of this.
Absolutely. It's everyone's fight, right? That's what E. Fox is saying. And we have to make sure that we're all engaged with these issues, because this is it's the way we continue from generation to generation. If we can't survive birthing, what are we really doing? If we're not caring for mothers and for babies, what kind of society have we become? So we really have to make sure that we're holding people accountable for this work and for this space. So I thank you again, my dear Sora. Brother Turner, you want to say anything out to your constitutionally bound sister?
So it's just great seeing you, and I just encourage you to keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to the brother's point, the topic around men was brought up in the legislative hearing as well, and we had a great conversation with a representative out of Pennsylvania who's leading maternal health legislation there, and they have passed legislation around it's called Dads Matter. And so you're absolutely right. We have to make sure that we are inclusive of the entire family. And as President Grant said, it all, and this is something that Representative Curry helped me to understand, that it really all goes back to maternal health. Because as President Grant said, if we are not making sure that we can survive, it's not just about the baby in the womb, but we have to talk about people from the womb to the tomb. And you're right, it is our sorors, it's our nieces, our aunts, our friends, our church members, people that live in our communities. And this is a very pivotal issue that we all should corral around and be ready to get to work about it.
Absolutely. And of course, I have to let the other Mississippi colleague and honoree coming up have a word that she could put in before you go back out there and making sure that everyone in Mississippi is exercising their right to vote. President Turner, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just so proud to have Representative Sommer working in the State House to make sure that issues are raised and the protection of the Black woman and child is covered. Thank you so much, Sakia. I will see you soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, my Sora, we're going to let you go on and continue the good work, and we will be in the fight with you to ensure we get in some good trouble and getting the resources that are necessary for our community. All right, we're going to keep the conversation going, but we're going to cue up a little commercial. Just some of the people that are a part of lifting up the voice and making sure that we have space for our young people, for our young voices. And we're going to give them a chance, just a little clip while we look in the chat. I mean, you all have been so live in the chat. I wish I could give a hug to everybody that's been chatting it up here in the D9 Situation Room. So our production team, let's go.
My name is Michaela Myers. I am the Vice President for the NAACP, Pennsylvania State Conference, as well as the President for the NAACP here in Philadelphia. I also serve as Community College of Philadelphia's President for Black Girls Vote. To the young, gifted, and vote, to me, there's power in those words. As a young Black woman born and raised here in Philadelphia, I know what it means to take up space where you're often told you don't belong. I know what it feels like to create a seat at the table when there isn't one waiting for you, or at least you feel like there isn't one waiting for you. But I also know that change happens when we come together, when we use our voices as protest, our passion, and our vote to demand the future we deserve. And that's why I'm young, I'm gifted, and I vote. I feel like for so long, we've been told that voting isn't for us, that our voices won't matter in spaces of power. But I've been organizing, leading, and working with young people like you watching this across the state of Pennsylvania, across the city of Philadelphia, and I've witnessed the power of our voices, and I've seen the impact we can make when we show up and we show out.
My name is Rebby Davis. I am a graduating senior, honors English major, philosophy minor from the great city of Chicago, and I attend the illustrious Howard University. Currently at Howard University, I'm president of the Howard University's Writers Guild. In addition to that, I serve as the vice chair on the board of directors of the Howard University Future Law Scholars. To be young, gifted, and to vote means to understand the issues that are impacting your community, supporting legislation and policies that will help combat these issues, and voting for candidates that are just as passionate as you are about eradicating these issues out of your great cities and hometowns.
Wow. Don't we love that? Young, gifted, and Black, and voting. We appreciate the fact that we have been able to just encourage our young people in this conversation. And wasn't that just wonderful? Just seeing them makes your heart warm. Like, there's hope. They understand. They get it. And that was from Philadelphia. So we are so happy that they are lifting their voices and understanding what it means to vote. I mean, President Turner, wasn't that good just to see our young people do that commercial?
Turner,
You know, we always looking
David, or
for
Turner, Cheryl?
which President
I
Turner?
forgot. We got the double Turners, the double Turners. All right, we'll start with D Turner and then C Turner.
Absolutely. I continue to say that we underestimate our young people. And, you know, I was telling someone the other day, when I became 18, I went to vote because my mom said, you must go. That's one part of it. But also it was because I understood this obligation of those who had gone before me. But when I talk to my 22 and 23-year-old, they have questions. And so they understand obligation, but they want to understand what they're voting for, why they're voting for. They want to understand right, the issues. And so they are engaged much more than we often give them credit for. And we can't say, just go do it because I said so. They really want to understand the issues and how their specific lives are impacted when they do so. So we are in good hands with an informed upcoming electorate of young people in our communities.
Absolutely. And it gives us hope because we know every revolution, every moment in history where there was real change, it was the young people who led it. And while in my mind, I might still think I'm 20 something, that's not what it say on my birth certificate. So we need the young people to be engaged and to lift up their voices. They have the energy and the passion. And when we don't agree or understand, just create more spaces for dialogue so that they can know that their voices do matter. And we do appreciate what they have to offer. C. Turner now, President C. Turner.
I really can't offer any more. What you both said is absolutely true. We've underestimated them, but they're rising to the occasion. They may not get their methods and the way they move from what we've been doing, but they are studying and watching and learning and putting it into action.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Grand Boss Lewis, I'm not going to leave you out of this conversation because you love talking about the young people.
I do. I really do, Madam President. Yeah, they got a different vibe. I think, as Brother President Turner said, you know, these children nowadays, they like to ask a lot of questions. And we were growing up, and Mom and Daddy say do something, we just did it because we had no other choice. But it's good, and I think, Madam President, we also got to be conscientious of the fact that their voice matter. You talk a lot about your children, about they Gen Z, Gen X's, you know, they want to be involved. They have a lot of questions, and we should listen to them, right? So I think that's important. It was beautiful to hear young sisters speak about that. I think we're in a good place. We're doing a good job in leading, and we're doing a good job of making sure they take the baton and take it on after we take it as well. So I think we're in a good place. I yield.
Absolutely. And Grand Polaris?
I think of a few words when I hear young people, because I know I was once a young person and I guess I'm not any longer. But a few words they used to say to me is not, that they say to me now is not at us, but with us. Not to us, but for us. And we, as the elder statesmen that we are now, have to understand that and embrace that, and understand that that is going to be the driving force to help elevate and engage and empower those that we are trying to lead. We are an organization with multi-generations, and this new generation is not the do as I say generation. They have showed me and or lead me or guide me and direct me, and they will lead you, but they're not just going to do it. And understanding that we have to embrace this new way of doing it. And I think that we as the Divine Nine are the best opportunity to do that, because we do it every single day. They use so many different platforms and means of communicating. We need to start listening more as leaders. We need to listen more to their concerns, their ideas, and then empower them, show them, guide them, and direct them that they can be leaders just as we are, but they can lead in their own way and in their own way, shape, and form. And I'm looking forward to it. And I think this platform, using this method with your leadership, the good Dr. Grant with that great last name, is a great opportunity to really elevate their voices and elevate it in their arenas, because this is their arena. We may not be used to it. We know how to click a button, but this is how they communicate. And we have to learn to communicate with them so that we can help elevate them in their needs and wants and desires.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And as a father as well, General President Metellus, I know you get a lot of feedback from your children, whether solicited or unsolicited, encouraging them with their voices to be able to share. What do you want to add?
Well, I think two things. When you have one in college and one in middle school, you get a lot of information about a changing world, and they are actually teaching me a lot. And so what goes back to that listening component that both Turners talked about and Grant Polaris talked about, that you have to listen because they know a lot more than we give them credit for, and they're more advanced in doing things. And so I'll just bring it real short. I had an opportunity to meet some young brothers on Sunday, and they asked me what could they do, and I know you'll appreciate this, Grant Polaris. They asked me what can they do in Alpha Phi Alpha, and I told them the exact same thing that I would tell every young person. I need you to lead today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Don't wait for until you get this position or that position. I need you to lead on your campus, in your communities, in the fraternity today, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Stacy. I'm hoping the Lord gives me long life so I can sit in the back of the room and see those young brothers that I was talking to on Sunday leading me. And so, and that's really the grace that God's going to give. I'm praying that God gives each of us to see that this young generation leads today. And so that way that we can fight against the reigns of injustice that are coming against us. And it's the young people that will deliver us. And my son is an inspiration to me in that way. And my daughter is too, because they're leading in the spaces that they're in. And I didn't even have to tell them to lead. They just picked up the ball and started running with it. And that's the most impressive thing that they can do. And I want to also shout out, this is just something to think about. The next time we have D9 Town Hall, maybe we should have our undergraduates lead it, and they can talk about what things that they have on their mind around voting, around equal rights, and they're getting impacted by this current administration, and they're on their college campuses. And, at my alma mater, Syracuse University, they've paused, let me make sure I'm accurate, they've paused giving out degrees in Black history. They've paused in giving out degrees in Jewish history and Latino history. They've paused that, and they've given several reasons why. I'm not going to go into that, but these are the things that they're dealing with in an undergraduate camp on the undergraduate level right now. And they're intentionally stripping away, not Syracuse, but the government is trying to intentionally strip away access to those education. So I'll end it right there. They're going through the struggle. We need them to lead, and I thank them so much.
Absolutely. And yes, there's more to come. It seems like everyone is enjoying our D9 Situation Room. We won't have it this long for the next one, but because it's election day, we extended the time because we want to ensure that everyone is encouraging their constituents to vote. So we appreciate all of the comments in the chat, and we appreciate the feedback. that you've been given. And we have 3 of our civil rights organizations that are going to share some nonpartisan messages. One being Reverend Al Sharpton, a proud man of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, is stopping by to share some information with us. And we have Mr. Leon Russell, who is the chair of the board for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. But before we get to them, we also have Mark Smith here, and then Mark L'Oreal will be coming from the National Urban League. So Mark Smith, thank you so much, my brother, for your patience as we have had a packed day in this D9 Situation Room. So before Reverend Sharpton and Brother Russell come on up, we are turning the mic over to you because we need to know how to support all of those affected by Hurricane Melissa. It's very personal for me. My family is from Jamaica, West Indies, and there's a whole lot that's going on and a lot of efforts that we are helping to support to rebuild there. There's damage in Haiti and the Bahamas, so many areas, and you are representing the American Red Cross, and you are here to also just give us some information on what we can do in order to support those in need right now. We're going to make sure that Mark is able to come back on so that we can hear him clearly. You know, he is on the ground as well, working to make things happen for the Red Cross. And I have Dr. Trisha Bailey, who hopefully will be able to join in to talk about some of the efforts. She has chartered some cargo planes to help get food and resources out to the island of Jamaica. It is unimaginable when you see the damage that happens when natural disasters wipe out cities. Like there's places where my family and extended family are no longer exist. Like no homes, no churches, no stores, no anything, like completely gone. And that's how quickly you can lose material things in a natural disaster. But for those who are just hanging on to life, getting access to food, there have been some emergency relief efforts that have gone out, and it's going to continue. And the American Red Cross is here to share just some of the ways that you can connect, as many of our D9 organizations are involved with working with the American Red Cross and being able to have a trusted organization that you're sending resources to. So Mark, welcome to the D9 Situation Room. Thank you for hanging out with us and being willing to be here. You're our commercial break because we don't vote on the American Red Cross, but we do need the American Red Cross for tragedies like this. So welcome, my brother.
Thank you. And I just want to say quickly how I've watched this entire town hall, and it has been just so impressive with everybody that's either gave comments or in the chat. And what I just keep sitting here thinking about is that we are proving that as a people, we can focus on more than one issue at a time. And while we know today is, of course, election day, there is a humanitarian crisis that's unfolding in Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba right now. And as Brother Charles said, you know, it is our humanity that forces us, or I say should force us, to be engaged in supporting our brothers and sisters, no matter where they are during this time. You know, I could give you all the statistics. You know, 80% of Jamaica is still without electricity and running water. I can tell you that 50% of the housing stock is gone. I can, you know, having been to multiple, either whether it's Haiti, war zones, you name it, I've been there and done it. This situation, to really try and give you a picture of it, is literally tornado force winds in the midst of a hurricane. So imagine the wind that we're all, I mean, which is one of the greatest sort of health hazards or hazards. And then on top of that, the rain. And, you know, parts of Jamaica received over 30 inches of rain. So to say that the country and infrastructure is devastated. I'm not going to use the word decimated. I'm going to use the word devastated. Very different in terms of how we feel and treat and talk to people, but devastated at this point. So I encourage all of us. I see my brother and Grand Basilis, Ricky Lewis as well. I encourage all of us as members of D9 and our churches to not forget what's happening right now. There's no help coming. I can say, the American Red Cross, we're a part of a movement of Red Cross societies. The Jamaican Red Cross, we are supporting them. We sent our first plane load in 3 days ago. We will be sending multiple plane loads that include tents, cooking utensils, cooking stoves, just basic essentials to keep people alive. That's where we are right now. So I just implore and encourage all to not forget what's happening and to look for a way to support it. Thank
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on to share that. I have a QR code that is up. Dr. Trisha Bailey is one of Jamaica's most renowned business entrepreneurs. She lives in Orlando. She has medical supply business and not affiliated with any of the D9, just an incredible individual who is giving back. And this QR code goes to the charity that is vetted and 100% tax deductible. She is on her personal dollar chartering cargo planes to take food down and resources, and people can drop off. Irie Jam Radio here in New York, where I have a show on Sundays, we're collecting in different boroughs and states to ship down. So I'm just asking everyone to remember that this is one of the worst humanitarian crises that we have seen. They couldn't even really measure what this category 5 did. Like, they haven't seen anything like this. And, it's heart-wrenching to see a country that you love in this kind of disarray. We were waiting and praying to be able to hear from our family, and we've been able to locate a few, but the worst is still happening because people still don't have a place to lay their head. They still don't have a food, clean water, the distribution of all of it. When it does get to the island, this is serious. So we wanted to make sure that we had our commercial break from the election day conversation on how we can be a part of the humanitarian effort to rebuild, restructure, and to just get clean water, gently used items or donated items to credible resources like the American Red Cross. So Mark, thank you for coming. And Grand Basilis Lewis, I know you are happy to see your brother here representing.
Yeah. Let me just say, Madam President, give you kudos, because amongst all this election going on, you did include this on the agenda. And I hit Brother Smith yesterday, literally at the last moment. He said, "I'm in, Brother Grant, what I need to do." And I said, "We'll be honored to have you." Brother, so we appreciate you, Brother Smith, what you do. Outstanding Omega Man from Beta Chapter, the real Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. And brother, we appreciate you, the Red Cross. And you brought that humanitarian word again, right? Brother Coleman spoke about it. Madam President Grant has been speaking about it all day. Amongst the furlough and SNAP and elections, we still have family members in a humanitarian crisis right down the road in Jamaica, right? So we need to do all we can, not only help folks here with the furloughs and SNAP issues, but we have folks who are really in dire need that don't have anything left. So, Brother Smith, thank you. We in Omega don't move about disasters until we hear from Mark Smith. And brother, I'm glad you came on and provided your voice to this today. Again, Madam President, thank you for having them on the agenda. I get back.
Thank you, Brother Grant.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Brother Smith. We appreciate you and continue the great work. The QR code that's up is one of the charities. If you so desire to support, you can scan that with your phone and be able to contribute. They're doing live packing and donations in Orlando, Florida. There are other efforts from New York to Atlanta to LA, everyone coming together. This is not going to end overnight. It's going to be years before Jamaica is back to where we were. And I thank you in advance for your support. Any of the charities that you are able to connect with that are doing real work on the ground. And this is a direct connect to the resources and credible spaces where 100% of your contribution is tax deductible. So I invite you to just scan that QR code and to participate if your heart leads you to. So we're at the final stretch, family. This is it. We've been rocking in the D9 Situation Room since 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have been here talking to our leaders, talking to our representatives, talking to members on the ground who are interacting with our constituents as they're standing online. Some people are seeing an increase in activity at their polling sites, while others are seeing a decrease. I don't know what it means, but I'm like, Lord, take the wheel. We can't tell you who to vote for. This is a nonpartisan conversation because we leave organizations that have to respect. We have members who have varying thoughts when it comes to their political appetite and where they subscribe to register to vote. But what we do know, all of our members understand voting is non-negotiable. So we wanted to make sure we brought you credible messengers, information, resources that you can make decisions that are in your best interest, the best interest of your house, your family, your community, and that you leave this broadcast inspired to get engaged and to be involved in these conversations, not just one time of the year when we go to the polls, but all throughout the year, working and holding accountable those we put in elected positions so they can serve the community. So we're closing it out with 3 of our national organizations that are on the ground doing the work. Reverend Al Sharpton from National Action Network, Leon Russell, chair of the board for the NAACP, and then following them will be Mark Morial from the National Urban League. So we're going to bring them to the stage as they get ready to share some insight about what we need to be knowledgeable about as we make decisions going to the polls. So let's see if Reverend Al is ready. Reverend Sharpton, proud man of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, his 2 daughters, my sorors, Dominique and Ashley Sharpton. We appreciate all the work that they do. So while he is coming on in, we also have Mr. Leon Russell representing the NAACP and chair of the board. Thank you for joining us for the D9 Situation Room.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very, very happy to be here. And let me tell you, it has been a very, very busy day. Let me before I start talking about the election, let me congratulate you on bringing Mark Smith in to talk about the situation in Jamaica. It is dire, and I would, on behalf of the association, urge all of our members to join with everyone associated with trying to bring relief to Jamaica. It's a serious situation, and we all need to pitch in and make sure that it happens. As far as the association is concerned, it has been a busy day. Our folks are doing election protection across the country, just so that you can get a feel for what we've seen. We've seen that younger voters are turning out in record numbers in Virginia and New York. The levels are the highest that have been seen since 1965. California, because it has mail-in balloting, also has a very strong turnout going. I think at last count, there were 5.9 million ballots that had been returned in California, so things are active there. There have been reports of some things going on that concern us. There were early reports of bomb threats in New Jersey. Those have since been clarified, and voters are going to the polls, but those were, we think, early efforts to suppress the vote. We have heard that there are some issues with college students in Virginia going to vote. They are being allowed to cast provisional ballots in many instances, and so they need to understand what the process is for completing that balloting process, and we'll be watching them with that. Um, the other thing is that for your members, particularly across the country, younger folks are turning out. Older voters need to make sure that they get to the polls before the polls close so that their voices can be heard. And let me say that if anybody has reports of any efforts to suppress the vote, any intimidation that's going on, we would ask that folks call 20707 to report those issues. And there is a wide partnership of organizations that are working to deal with any of those things. I've talked straight through. Are there any questions that you have, Dr. Grant?
No, we can pause right there. The fact that you're letting us know about some of these issues that have happened with the bomb threats, and we know there's all sorts of distraction when they're concerned about our ability to mobilize and to really ensure that our electorate is engaged in the process. So we just appreciate having NAACP as a partner in this work. And I'm going to tag in my frat brother, the Right Reverend Al Sharpton, founder of NAACP and MSNBC commentator, who is stopping by to give some additional information and context as he reports on it for us in our community, that we're aware of what is going on from a nonpartisan standpoint, but making sure that we have factual information. So, brother, Reverend Al Sharpton, welcome to the D9 Situation Room. I know it's not your MSNBC show, but your sister doing a little something out here to make sure with our Council of Presidents that we are getting the word out. So thank you. I know you are so busy, and we truly appreciate you being here today.
Well, thank you, and thank you for what all of you do in Divine Nine, and this is significant. I think that what National Action Network is doing, and we have officers that are monitoring in a nonpartisan way. We are looking at the vote around Prop 50 in Los Angeles because it's around redistricting. This is not about politics. This is about the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The whole question of blacks having the voter protection is what's at stake. So we're looking at California. We're looking, of course, at the governor's races in New Jersey and in Virginia, the mayor's race here in New York, as well as the DA race and some judges' races in Pennsylvania, all through the lens of who are the candidates that will advance and protect the civil rights which are under threat and that are clearly being in many ways targeted by some in office of all parties. I think that this will be a very important election because the outcome will be a bellwether to show us which way the electorate is going around the country. I'm glad to see that I'm getting the same reports for our National Action Network office in LA and in New York that young voters are coming out strong. I think older voters, and maybe they're working, maybe they're used to voting later, need to come out and really use the vote. The worst argument that we could have is that we need voter protection, and they say, well, blacks are not really even voting in the numbers that need to be protected. We need to send a strong signal about we want to vote, we don't need any impediments to our vote, and that we're coming out, look at the numbers we're voting on. And I don't care which candidate you're coming out for, position you're coming out for, we suffered too much and some died to get us the right to vote. We cannot get to this position now and fail. So even though this is not a presidential election year, even though this is not even a midterm year, it would make a resounding statement, particularly given the Supreme Court hearing these cases on Section 2. It would give a profound statement if they say black turnout all over this country was absolutely off the chain. And I think it will show our determination to vote and that we're serious about the issues. We don't need charismatic candidates. We need policy and legislation that protect our right to vote. And I think nobody could be more effective than those that make up the Divine Nine, the backbone of our community, which is why, as much as we run around today with all this, I wanted to come up for a few minutes and share, as well as encourage you to be what you are, and that is divine for real.
Oh, love you, Reverend Allen. Thank you so much for sharing that word of wisdom. I see Sabrina Fulton in the audience. Shout out to my dear sister working down there to make sure we get the votes in. So I know you'd love to know that she's listening in. I mean, Reverend Al, I'm not doing too bad. I'm ready to sign a deal. I don't know who's ready to get me my network, but
I
we've
might
been.
take you up on that. I might take you up on that.
All right.
All right.
But I certainly thank you so much. You know, Dominique and Ashley, your pride and joy are my sorors. So proud of how they are working on the front line as young people. You have lived what we talk about, Reverend Al. You have tapped younger leaders to take the baton forward. And I want to publicly congratulate you and thank you, not just your daughters, but all the young people you've touched, from Tamika to Kirsten. I mean, there's so many of us who have been influenced by your wisdom and by your leadership. And I just want to say thank you for carving out some time as you go back out and keep watching what's going on, getting ready to go on air. But your president is here, my brother, President David Turner. So I have to give him an opportunity to say a little something to you before you head off and we bring in Mark Morial, your other buddy, who is going to be coming on as well to share some insight with us today. Brother Turner, over to you.
Brother Sharpton, great to see you, and thank you so much for taking the time. And I just want to echo something that Dr. Grant indicated. So often we have folks who sort of hang on kind of for themselves, and it's so important to lift as we climb and to ensure that, right, while we still have you and others, that you're really nurturing, bringing up, and mentoring others. And you just you just exhibit that always, and so I want to thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate that, and Dr. Turner, I appreciate you saying that. One of the reasons I do that, and I'm very conscious about it, is I started. Jesse Jackson and Reverend William Jones made me their youth director in New York when I was 12. So I started. I know what it is for a young person to get a break from people that they look up to, and I wanted to be able to. I owe that. I pay because I owe. They invested in me. I owe that in others, and I'm going to do that as long as I can.
Well, we thank you for doing it. And, you know, I was there to be able to celebrate your birthday. We're both Libras. We're a day apart, October 3rd and October 4th. You know, Libras run the world, Reverend Al.
Right.
So that's what we do.
We're a day apart, but many years apart. You got a lot to catch it up to do.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to give you an applause as the team is getting ready to get you to your next engagement. That's the round of applause.
I don't mind being the opening act for Mark Morial. All right.
All right. Love you, Reverend Al. Thank you so much. All right, family, we are keeping it going. We are almost at the close of our D9 Situation Room, but we have been joined by another one of our giants, our leaders in this work, the president and CEO of the National Urban League, the man himself, Brother Mark Morial. Thank you for being here.
Dr. Stacey Grant, thank you very much for your leadership. And everyone should know Stacey Grant, there must be 10 of her. She's everywhere. I see her in D.C. I see her in New York. I see her in Atlanta. She is making the rounds. And you must be ready to run for president of the United States because you got so many folks who respect and admire your leadership. I'm just proud to be here today. Today, of course, anyone with an earshot, if you are in a voting state, please go out and vote. The polls have not yet closed in any place in America. We have got to make our voices heard. If there is good news out there, it's that here in New York City and in New Jersey and in Virginia, early voting numbers are strong and they are high. The mayor's race in New Orleans had one of the highest turnouts they've had maybe in 10 to 12, 15 years. Those are good signs that people are meeting this moment by exercising their right to vote. We have to remember that this is the beginning of countdown to 2026. where the future of this nation, we say it all the time, every election is the most important election. This 26th cycle, the future of the country is going to be on the ballot. We've got to get to business now, registering, pushing back against racial gerrymandering and voter suppression. And what we've got to do is remember, we can't suppress our own votes by not participating and not voting. So tough conversations in our community is we cannot fall into this trap of disempowerment by saying, oh, I don't know if I like this one or that one. We got to vote our interests, and we got to go with people who are closest to our interests. So I look forward to a continuing collaboration and conversation going into next year about how we work together, how we ensure that we have maximized voter turnout. I'll just give you these numbers because I think these numbers are very important and they tell a story. 2008, Black voter turnout was 64%. 2012, Black voter turnout was 69%. Those were the two Obama victories. 2016, Black turnout had fallen to 59%. You know the result. That was the first Trump victory. 2020, Black turnout went back up to 63, 64%. That propelled a Biden victory. 2024, Black voter turnout had fallen back to 59%. Just the differential in Black voter turnout counts for the margin in many of the swing states. We have power. We have power within our hands if we participate and if we turn out. However, many of our allies in politics have not invested, Reverend Al, if he's still with us, Chairman Russell, significantly enough. So we got to have that conversation as well, that you've got to invest in our communities, invest in educating and turning out our voters. So we got work to do. We got to speak truth to power in many, many ways. We got to challenge those that all too often take our support for granted as we move into 2026. So again, if you've not voted, get out there, make your voice heard. If you voted already, thank you. Pick up the phone, get on the text, get on social media, and remind those who've not to make sure their voice is heard before the polls close today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Mark Mariel, Chairman Leon Russell, two of our national civic organizations who have been here, who, if not for the sacrifice and the lives lost from all of these organizations, we would not even be here. This is serious, family. I don't know how many ways we can say it. We brought everybody here today for this D9 Situation Room. So I want to let General President Metellus say something to President Mark Mariel before you go. You know your president is here, so he has to say a little something to you.
Brother Morial, I know you're on mute, but I just wanted to give you a quick shout out. Sorry I couldn't catch up with you on Saturday. Sorry I couldn't catch up with you Saturday, but congratulations. That's inside between us.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Brother Morial. But most importantly, I want to say the most important thing that you've said tonight is that when we turn out, in our best interest, we'll get taken care of. We need our people to continually turn out. I've always had the theory, the only reason Mississippi is the way that it is because we haven't had 100% Black voter turnout in that state. Let's push, let's continue. And we thank the work of the Urban League. Alpha's looking forward to partnering, and all D9 organizations are looking forward to partnering with you and hopefully see you at your NUL convention next year. So we look forward to working with you and keeping the machine moving forward. Thank you so much, my brother.
All right. Well, you know, he is there multitasking on the ground. So we're going to let President Mariel, we'll see you. We love you. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you for being here. All right. Chairman Russell, thank you once again. Any closing words? We appreciate the partnership with the NAACP and the work that we're doing on the ground. So, I mean, we've laid it out. There's
yes, you
else
have.
To do.
Yes, you have. And I just want to echo that if you have not voted, if you know people who have not voted, get them to the polls before the polls close. It is important that, yes, we have the voice, but we have to use it to make it effective. So thank you all.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for all of our co-hosts in the chat. You all have been participating. You've been sharing. You've been chiming in. You've been asking questions, pulling back up the presidents who were able to still stay on and hang out with us. We appreciate each of you, and we want to make sure you get your 10 to win. That's right. Y'all were taking notes. You were putting it in the chat. We want to make sure we get all of our young people involved in today. And we thank you for showing up for your orgs, but most importantly, showing up for your community, making sure that we are a part of the solution and not a part of the problem. Make sure we have the facts so that we can debunk the false information that still is permeating even out of the mouths of our own people who are truly confused as to what is going on in this country. So thank you for staying with us. Those who rocked out the entire show, you were here, you were a part, you were sharing it. When we look at the stats of all of the places that this is aired, we thank you that you are representing the best of what our founders envisioned, that we could come together. D9 Stronger Together is not about just a hashtag. It's about a way of life. When you see one, you see all. We wear different colors. We have different shields, different mantras, different mottos, but we have the same goal. And that goal is to make sure that the community is better because we have served. And that is the mandate on each and every one of us. It is my honor not only to serve as the international president and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, but to be the chairwoman of this distinguished Council of Presidents for the National Pan-Hellenic Council. So to my brothers and sisters in service, I thank you all for agreeing to be a part of continuing this D9 Situation Room. I think we're on to something here that our members are asking more of as we continue to really be clear on the spaces that we are going to focus in on as we lift up our collective voices. So when it comes to the focus areas that we have, you will hear more from us about voter registration, education, mobilization. You will hear about health and wellness, economic development, as well as education. We're going to dip our toe in a little bit more research on AI and how that's affecting our community. So we have an agenda over the next year of what we'll be focusing on together, in addition to the work that we do individually leading our institutions. So I ask that as we close this broadcast today, that you still keep sharing it because the issues are still relevant. Somebody might have missed it live, but as they're preparing for getting ready, the 2026 midterm elections, the work doesn't stop. This is not just about one day. This is every day, sharing information, sharing the resources, connecting with the organizations that are here on the ground so that we can truly make a difference. So I'm going to give all of my presidents an opportunity to give their final remarks. And then we're going to remind you, get out there to vote. There's still polls open. The first set of polls start closing at 7 o'clock. So there's still time for you to make it if you're coming from work. I know you might be tired, but you are not too tired to vote, and vote your interest. Bring a friend, text 10 people, make sure the 10 people closest to you voted, or maybe you might need to rethink your friend group. Everybody needs to vote. Okay, I said it. All right, General President Metellus, we'll kick it off in founding order for who is left with final remarks. Over to you, my brother.
First and foremost, thank you, Madam Chair, for the excellent work you did today. You held it down for 4 hours. I don't know how you were able to do it for 4 hours, but you did an awesome job. I want to also give a quick love, because there's always people working in the back that we don't acknowledge. I want to acknowledge Krista Jones from Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. She did an excellent job keeping the machine going in the back, and you didn't see her for a long time, but I wanted to give her a special shout out as well. But finally, what I'm going to tell my fellow D9 members, I'm promising you, not everyone in your chapter has voted yet. If we can't talk about making sure our communities don't vote, if you don't get in that chapter group me right now and make sure that everybody in your chapter voted today, then this was all for a waste. We need to make sure that each and every one of us voted. If someone needs help getting from your chapter that needs to get out to vote, help them get out to vote. If someone has never done an absentee ballot, tell them what they need to do. we have to start with ourselves, and we need to make sure that we are pushing these causes together. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody for staying on as well. And we had an excellent panel. And I want to thank everyone that we are truly stronger together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, you stole my thunder, thanking Krista. She's on the ground handling business, and Yvette Carter. That's our International Director of Programs and co-director, who worked with the production team to get this going and make sure that we had a successful D9 situation room. So next in found in order, over to the bros, Grand Basilisk Ricky Lewis.
Thank you, Yvette and Krista. I'm gonna lather some more love on y'all. This was outstanding. Y'all held it down in the back. And Madam President, I got a new name for you.
Well, I'm afraid to hear. What's the new name?
Stacy Drew Bundini Grant, because you was the hype lady today. You were hyping everybody up today, so you got us going. That's why we stayed all day. Today. So thank you, Madam President, for your vision. This was outstanding. To all our D9 members, we say thank you for your service. We appreciate the work you're doing. We're juggling being good fathers, being good husbands. Siobhan says she got to get home to get her baby from school. Then she got to go vote. We all juggling. Do not be discouraged. Hang in there. Again, to all our D9 members, to our families, to our friends, we say thank you for allowing us to serve. Thank you for supporting us. To all the presidents, my hat's off to you. Kudos. There's more work to do, and there's still more time to vote. When we vote, we win. Madam President.
Thank you, my dear brother. And Krista came on. I told her the love was pouring in for her. I said, come on back for the closeout so we can love up on you for all this work here. And thank you again for just making sure that this could move forward. And we're kicking it over for final remarks to my dear sister president, Cheryl Turner for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Thank you. Madam Grant, I have to agree with the brothers. You held it down all day, 4 hours, sister. You're better than best. And then, Krista, thank you for being just that connector for us and making sure everything was going great. But I want to leave us with our democracy is on the line, and that's not hyperbole. And as partners, we're prepared to go state to state to ensure that we get everyone to vote, because we've got to join together and stand up for every voter's right to have their ballot cast, counted, and certified. Democracy depends on that, and we depend on you. So get out and vote. You still have a couple of hours. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely, Madam President. And to my brother president, the Honorable David Turner, International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated.
Well, Sir Krista Jones, let me pour it on as well for your efforts for this event, and Madam Grant, I'm tired from the energy that you've exerted this afternoon, so thank you. Again, want to also show appreciation for my counterparts across the other organizations, and the one thing I want to leave Sigmas with, and really all of our members with, is absolutely getting out to vote today. But after the polls close today, that's not the end of anything. It's the start of the next phase of work that we've got to get moving on. And so awesome event today, and looking forward to elevating our engagement as we move into the next cycle even.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my dear brother president. And taking it on over to Guam Polaris, Orlando Grant. We're not related, but we're related by work. And people are like, was that your brother? Well, look, brother from another mother. Well, over to you, Grant Polaris, for your final remarks. If you're talking, bro, we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
And just so you know, we've been broadcasting this on multiple platforms. It's being reshared by the different organizations. So when we calibrate all of the viewership today, we have impacted a good couple 100,000 of our members across the globe. So definitely look forward to the next one. Folks are like, well, are we going to have the undergrads? Absolutely. We're going to get them. Remember, they're in school. Is where they should be during the day, and some of them work. So we will be having different versions of our D9 situation room to bring information out in a collective way. Dr. Tangela Smith, hey, boo, didn't see you out here, but looking forward to you all staying connected. And the way you find out about the next one is through your national organization. For those members of the D9, you can follow all of our social. We shared it out, and we're going to be doing more because in the days ahead, we don't know what else is to come. So we need to ensure that you know we're the trusted place to give you the resources, the content, the experts that you can vet and know that you have confidence in what you're receiving. So Grant Polaris, welcome back. I see that the technology oogity boogities tried to get you, but you can go ahead and give your remarks now. Uh-oh, we're not hearing you. The devil is a lie. All right, he's putting thumbs up. He must have a bad connection. So it's all right. We get it. We know that you are sending out your love, and we thank all the members of Iota Phi Theta who were here and representing today as well. So President Donna Jones Anderson, our NPHC president, final thoughts from you?
Yes, I bring great love and greetings from my national president, Cheryl Turner, and to you, Madam Chairwoman of the NPHC Council of Presidents. I can see this Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant News Network coming soon because you did an excellent job. Excellent job. And thank you, Chrissy, for putting this all together. We are stronger together. Unity in the community. Let's get out that vote, y'all. Thank you. We've got to cook dinner for Leonard.
Okay. Yes, we all got to figure all these things out. I need to go meet my husband too. So it's all the things that we're doing, and I need to link up with my members on the ground here with all the elections and being a part of leadership in my own community to go out for the watch parties as we do. But I'm going to let my soror, the International Director of Programs for Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, give her final thoughts as well as we get ready to wind down.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Grant, and thank you to all the presidents for you all pretty much hung in there all day as well, and hearing your voices and your perspective on your members' feedback about what they were doing was just great to hear, and I think it really reiterates the D9 Stronger Together. I just wanted to mention, Melanie Campbell with the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation mentioned that we went to the Virginia Command Center today. And it was really great just to hear, they were dissecting every single call and every single case and comparing it to other legal issues that they had seen in other states. So it's great to know that the work that Melanie actually helped start with 866 Our Vote so many years ago is still going on and becoming stronger. But one of the things that they reiterated to us was that, just like Brother Turner said, it is so much more than about election day. Our power really begins today. It doesn't end today. And they also really stress the importance of voter education. We had a lot of issues in Virginia with people going to the wrong polling location. We had a lot of issues with students who had completed their voter registration incorrectly. And some of that was because they were getting inconsistent information from school to school. So as we prepare for the midterms and the next presidential election, those are the types of things we have got to make sure. Saying go vote is really critical, but what about when they're there? We need to make sure they're ready when they're there. So thank you so much, Madam Graham, for leading this excellent show today.
Absolutely. And thank you for always being right there. And Sora Yvette Carter in the background supporting as our international co-director of programs to make sure that we were moving this conversation forward. And once again, all of you, my co-hosts in the chat, we thank you for being there, and you've been sharing information, some of you connecting in the chat, cross collaboration. That's what this is about. Yes, knowledge is power. Is that my Aunt Joan? Hey, Aunt Joan. So I'm glad to see that everybody was tuned in and was a part of this conversation today. And please let it continue, because that is how we will transform what we see. Don't get caught up in all of the distractions. It's purposeful to make you feel like all hope is gone, to make you feel like it doesn't matter, to make you feel like you don't need to do anything. That is a lie from the pits of hell. You need to be involved, engaged, and vote so that we can make sure when we are voting our interests, we're protecting the marginalized, the disenfranchised, and those who don't have the capacity to speak up and speak out. So thank you again to everyone who participated today and you were a part of this conversation in any way. We appreciate your time and we thank you for being here and just lending your talent and your skills to this D9 Situation Room. So stay safe as you are moving about. Brother President, I know everybody's like, all right, now it's time to move to the next thing. So we are going to close on out. I want to thank our production team as well. And I'm going to give everybody another round of applause.
Yeah, so it was
we close down.
Colorado is ultimately which can't go to bring you past these.